defense rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight, true crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Good morning. Happy day after Halloweeny, my wrench wenches and chat and everyone else. I don't care if you're an OG, an UG, an MG, or a BG. Still debatable whether you're PG, but everyone else is welcome. Welcome to the Defense Rests, and have rested a little bit. So welcome. How are we? Good morning, Christine. Lovely to see you. I hope you're well. Good morning, my lovely ladies. Tricia, Elizabeth. Welcome back. Thank you. Miss comes up with the names of these child. Yeah, me. Well, I twist them a little bit. So the one that this one was the toddler landfill. So yeah, I changed the name a little bit. Actually, there was something about a dumpster. Yeah. Anyway, good morning, you. Yes. Well, they still haven't approved me. They're still reviewing. It's in progress. Yeah. And when I spoke to Steve, he said it takes 6 to 12 hours, and then I screenshotted the message that I got, and it said can take up to a month. And he said, yeah, they all say that, but yeah, it should be done within 24 hours. Well, it's been more than that. And I've gone down 2 subscribers. YouTube, get your shit together. Because YouTube mama is come and get you. And I need to thank Mrs. Kelly too. She sneakily snuck in a coffee yesterday under the guise of whilst I was online, so I only saw it this morning. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah. So that's all right. You'll notice it as soon as it gets approved. I think it comes up on my page as like the ability to like join, I think. And then it allows me to choose how I want ads played or some crap. I don't know. I'll have to read through it. And I need to sort out some membership levels. So I need some feedback. Let me know what you would like to have included in what a membership would give you, like the special privileges, whether it be special live streams, just members only, or special behind the scenes discussions, or I don't know. I don't know. I can't, or even at the end of a trial, we could have like a 15-minute debriefing members only session or something like that. I don't know. Give me some ideas, because if you're going to ask for something, you need to be able to return something. That's only fair. Yeah. Neither do I. So yeah, but what can I give? There's no point me saying, here, pay me every month and not give you something extra for it, because you can get it for free. It doesn't make any sense to me. There's got to be something in it for you. And I was thinking it maybe starting at just at like $1.99 or something like that. and just, yeah, I'll find something. I'll work something out. I'll work my magic. Hang on, how's it go? It never gets old. I love my microphone. Alrighty, so today we are back on, whether you want to call it the toddler in the trash or something it was baby in the dumpster, whatever you want to call it. Leilani Simon. Yeah. Some refer to her as a mother. Some refer to her as a female. I have other adjectives that I'd like to use, but I think I'd be penalised, so I won't. So she is currently on trial for allegedly unaliving her 18-month-old toddler, and it was Quinton, and dumping him in a dumpster outside of a trailer park. Now, even if she's not guilty of that, she's guilty of many, many, many other things. Yes, we'll just insert beep. Actually, I've got a sound effect for that somewhere. I've got to find it though. I don't know. What's this one? Oh, I think I want to call her. Or maybe I should call her. Oh, okay. What about this one? She's no. What about this? I think she's a. Maybe you know. We can play with that. Yes, that's right. Correct. All right. So today, day 5, we had the ex-boyfriend on yesterday. We had the babysitter, and up this morning is the sister of the babysitter to testify. And then we have who do we have? We have an undercover detective, and then forensics, and then FBI, I believe. So hopefully we get that audio in from the FBI tapping just Daniel's phone. I really want to hear that, because I reckon there's something on there that might be her undoing. And no updates on the deliberations on the Melody Farris trial as yet. They have asked for information, or they've asked for the audios of the conversation between her and the lover to be taken back into the jury room to be heard, but there is no updates and no verdict as yet. And I will keep an eye on that and keep you updated. And I will stop the stream and go to the verdict reading should it happen midstream. So, good morning, Celestial Force. Welcome. It's what did I call it? Frightful Friday, Freaky Friday, Funky Friday, whatever you like. It's Friday. It's Friday. Oh, and I'm still on the wrong one. Excellent. Welcome. Enjoy. All right, so day 5, Leilani Simon versus Georgia. Let's get into it, shall we? Add to stage. Put that there. You go there. And boosted. Tell me if it's too loud, because she was way, way too loud yesterday. And Tanya might be jumping on at some point today. She has a massive, massive rock. It's beautiful. 2 carats. Saw it today. Very jealous.
Of course, we're here this Friday. Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Michelle McCarta.
this way now. Face the clerk. Come on. Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, ma'am. Now let's see the officer.
All right, good morning,
Good morning.
Ms. Parker.
Can you tell the jury your name, please, ma'am?
Michelle McCarta.
And are you the mom of Talia that we heard testify yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you know the defendant in this case, Leilani Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also know Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know their children?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Quinton Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get deeper into this, I want to show you what's been marked as
Ma'am.
State's Exhibit 29. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCarta, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and without saying what's in it, is it a photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does it fairly and accurately depict what is in the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29 into evidence, please.
Okay, Exhibit 29 is admitted without objection.
Okay. And now that it's in evidence, can you tell us what this is a picture of?
This is a picture of Quinton. When I was off, we took him to a lobster to eat.
Okay. So in this photograph, he was out with you.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury? Yes, you may. Thank you. I'm just going to do it old school.
Okay.
Ms. McCarta, how did you first become acquainted with the defendant and Daniel?
Through a church lady that went to church with us for many years,
Okay. And who was the church lady? What was her name?
Sandra Howell.
Okay. And was she related to them in some way?
She was the sister of Billy Joe's husband.
Okay. So that would be, she was the sister of the defendant's stepfather?
Yes.
Okay. And did she introduce you to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the purpose of her introducing you to them?
She had been keeping the children and her knee got real bad. So she asked if me or my daughter or both could watch them because she wasn't able to do that anymore.
How many daughters do you have?
I have 3 daughters.
Okay. And which daughter was going to help babysit?
Maritza McCarta.
Okay. And is that your oldest daughter?
No, she's 19. She's my middle.
She's the middle one, and then
Yes.
Talia's the youngest.
Yes.
Okay. So did you go and meet with the defendant and her family to perhaps babysit the children?
No,
Oh,
ma'am.
hang on. I forgot to do this. Just random.
Billy Joe had called me on the phone a couple days later.
Okay. And did she set up the babysitting arrangement?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember approximately when this was?
We started watching Quinton and them around the end of January, February of 2022.
Okay. And that would have been before Sky was born.
Yes.
So at that time, when you first started babysitting, there were just the 2 boys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And about how old would the boys have been then?
Quinton was
I see you,
young,
baby. Pushing that
maybe
button.
9 months, 10 months.
Okay. So they would have been,
Thank you, ma'am.
Zane would have been a
Thank you.
toddler.
Yes.
Quentin would have been an infant.
Yes.
When you first started babysitting.
Yes.
So how did it work? Who brought the kids to your house?
Most of the time, Danny. Once in a while, Leilani.
All right. And how often would the children stay with you?
At first, it was just when they worked. And then it started being overnight. And a lot of times we would even call for Quinton to stay with us, even when they were off.
Okay. Now, who was paying you?
Leilani was paying, but it wasn't like steady. She would pay, and then she would text me later and tell me she needed formula for Sky or diapers, and could she come and get it? And she would pay back when she got paid next time.
Okay. And how much were they paying you to babysit? Do you remember
Yes.
what the agreed upon amount was, whether you were actually getting that or not?
It was like $25 here, $30 there. One time I think she paid $100. It was just different amounts
Can't afford to pay a
because she would tell me
babysitter
she
because I
didn't
got
have
money
it or
for
she
that.
had to do this.
So is it fair to say that you and your daughter were being paid a lot less than the normal going rate for childcare?
Oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
All right. You said that Quinton would spend the night sometimes. Would both the boys spend the night or just Quinton?
Zane stayed a handful of times. Quinton stayed a lot.
And why is that? Why would Quinton stay overnight?
Honestly, Quinton loved us. He was close to us. And I just felt like he would be better off at our house because there was a difference in the love she showed between Zane and Quinton. And I felt bad. And I would work and my daughter would say, "Can we just get him, Mom, because this happened today?" And I would say, "Yeah, call her and ask her if he can stay."
Can you think of some examples of how the defendant treated the boys differently?
Just as
Well, she was working at Bojangles and she had brought food home.
Hang on.
And she bet Quinton loved food. And every time he seen a bag, he would want it. He's little. She would feed Zane before she fed Quinton. Every time. And I just thought that was strange.
One momento. We have a visitor.
Oh, you do?
Hello, Miss Tanya. Oh, look. What happened here?
Ricky just happens to be sitting here watching too.
Yay! Congratulations.
There it is. Oops, not on straight.
Let me just adjust your. Hang on.
My picture, I'm not as big as you again. We had
No,
the same problem there.
Yeah, I've got to adjust this settings. Just the shape of the container. Mm-hmm. You can fit a square into a round hole. No. See, fit and fill. Right, needs to make that. There. Is that nearly? Are we aligned?
No. Oh, well, hang on. I'm not watching it on.
Yes, we are. Good.
Yes,
Done.
we are. Yeah, the lag. Yeah, cool. There we are. Now I am. Thank you, everybody.
Yes. Go on, flash your rock. Come on. Let's see it.
Okay, where's the camera?
Yeah. Look at that. Just divine. Just divine.
It's all sparkly and beautiful.
It is.
Thank you, Teresa, Elizabeth, and Celestial.
Don't know how mean face. You know, it was funny yesterday.
Oh, you did too?
Yesterday, we were talking about being hot or something like that, and Christine, how one letter can make all the difference, and she goes, I think you're not. And she was talking about me, but it was, I think you're hot.
Oh, yeah. Classic.
Oh, yes, I laughed. We're funny. We're funny. It is beautiful. It is absolutely divine. So, yes.
Thank you.
No, whackers. All right. We've only just sort of started. Hey, Mr. Ricky.
They just saw you.
Yeah. Just started pretty much, and it is
Yes,
the
I thought so.
babysitter's mother. So we ended up yesterday with
Oh,
the 17-year-old daughter who was a babysitter for Quinton, and now it's his mother testifying. So he just started like maybe 10 minutes into it. That's it.
no worries.
What?
Cool.
Range.
Look at that.
So
Turn this
do
fan
you
off.
think she gives Zane food?
You're gonna have
make
to
him
move
wake
the
up?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, she
Absolutely.
wasn't physically feeding
Hang on.
Zane.
What? Did you
You've
say
got to
something?
move the words. What are they called?
CC's.
That's it. Closed captions.
There we go.
Cool.
No, she would give him the
Just
food
give him food.
and he would eat, and then Quentin would be, whining and wanting it, and she would give it to him eventually.
Did you ever say anything to her about that?
I did not.
I really did.
Are there any other ways that she treated the boys differently that you noticed?
Just by the way she talked to him, when she would, once in a while that she did come and pick them up, she would, grab Zane and he would hug her because he was close to her. I mean, you could definitely tell it. And then, Quentin 99% of the time wanted to stay with us and he would start crying. Now, if Danny come and picked him up, it was different.
How
He
did
would-
Quentin act if Danny came?
He would go with Danny. He wouldn't cry to stay with us. He loved Danny. He would, Danny would pick him up and he'd hug him.
Okay. All right. Did Leilani ever talk to you about how she felt about the boys?
Oh,
Yes, ma'am. She just, one time, and my daughter had more talks with her than I did. I didn't really talk to her that much, but she just said that she loved Quentin more. I mean, Zane more than Quentin. And, I didn't question it. She's a crappy mom. I knew that. But I just never said anything to her. I would always call Billy Joe when I seen things that was going on.
Okay. Did she ever, in that conversation, did she explain more about, like, Zane had been through things with her?
Yes,
or anything
that
like
Zane had been her
Sorry
ride
about
or
that.
die his whole
Okay.
life. And
No, I hadn't
she did
logged
not
in,
like
and I
Quentin.
wondered why I couldn't do things.
Mm-hmm. So you in StreamYard or are you in
StreamYard.
YouTube?
StreamYard.
Cool.
Logged in.
So you can
Ooh.
access the messages, the private ones.
Yes.
Cool.
His father.
Okay. So, other than what you saw in your own home, did you ever see things outside? Like, did you ever observe the children at her house or outside their house?
On one incident, my daughter was going to our shed. That's where our laundry room is, and she had
The mother and daughter don't want, well, the daughter was a minor and the mother doesn't want to be videoed. That's why they're not showing her face.
come running in and saying, "Mama, Zane and Quentin is in the ditch." Well, it was the road on Buckhalter, but the ditch is right here. And Quentin was actually in the ditch, and Zane was trying to get him out.
Did you go out and see the kids outside?
I did.
And at some point, were they returned home or took back to your home?
They was returned. I asked Leah to take them home and find out where Leilani was. I immediately called Billy Joe.
Well, of course.
And
Oh, Billy Joe.
observing these
Oh,
kinds of
no,
things,
Billy
did you
Joe.
ever report it to any authorities?
It had been reported. It had happened several times even before we started keeping them that I didn't know about, and it had been reported.
Okay. Do you know what authority, if any, it had been reported to?
Defects.
Defects.
Okay.
So were you aware of somebody other than you?
What are you laughing at?
The closed caption, like she said, defects, which is defacts is what you're supposed to say because it's Department of Family and Community Services. And on the closed caption, it come up with defects. Really, they do have a lot of defects.
Billy Joe. Just like that. It's Billy Bob. No, can't see it. Yes, don't forget to vote in today's poll.
Oh,
Pinned at the top of the chat.
Yes.
Or actually, actually, let's talk about the day before we
Okay.
move to that.
Mhm.
The day before,
21.
were you supposed to watch the children that day?
Yes.
And what happened?
They picked up the kids. I did watch them, and Danny come and picked them up, and they were supposed to come back the next day. And around about 5:28, 5:29, I got a text from Danny saying that Leilani was keeping the kids today.
Okay. Now, had that happened before where she would not go to work and the children would stay at home?
No, because even if she didn't go to work, most of the time she sent them to us because she wanted to sleep.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because and she would stay at home because one day I had them and me and my daughters were taking them somewhere, and when we rode by, when we got in the car, she was on her front porch. It's like a little porch, and when she seen us, she actually ducked down and hid from us because she was supposed to be at work. But it didn't matter. We loved him, so I would have kept him anyway.
No, he lives in West Palm Beach in Florida on the East Coast,
On the other side. Yeah.
opposite Tampa, almost directly east, but a little bit down. So there was a mass shooting there, was there, in Orlando today? That's not good.
No.
Yeah, no, he's not there. Thank goodness.
Mm.
But I might have a look at that whilst
Anyway,
we're watching.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Quinton was like? Like, what did Quinton like? I know he was very young. He wasn't even 2 years old yet, but were there things that he said or things that he liked that you know about?
yes, he loved cheese. Every time I would get home from work, he would want mac and cheese, and he would go to the refrigerator and he would get my cheese out, my block of cheese, for me to cut it for him. And if I would have let him, he'd eat the whole thing. He loved Blimpie. He loved Bubbles. Anytime we could go to the store to get him Bubbles, he just loved them. He was a very happy baby, and he was with us.
And you said that he would spend the night. When he would spend the night, where would he sleep?
Usually we would all make a pallet in the floor, and we would let him watch Blimpie until he fell asleep.
Okay. And what is Blimpie?
It's a cartoon.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
For those that don't have little kids that don't know what Blimpie is, so it's a cartoon.
Yes.
The children, when they came to your home, were they sent with clothes, food, diapers, things that they would have needed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So how was that handled?
Well, Zane always come dressed. Several times we got Quinton, and he would be in a long onesie, and he would have poop from all over. I don't want to say a baby didn't smell good, but he smelled like rotten milk. He had rings around his neck. We'd immediately bathe him and put him fresh clothes on.
Okay. Did you keep clothes for him at your house?
I did, because I had to tell Billy Joe that she wasn't sending anything for the kids.
Okay. And did Billy Joe give you money to get clothes?
Yes, we went and got clothes. I took pictures of the clothes and the receipt and sent them to her.
All right, there's a live update on News 6, WKMG News 6, click Orlando, in about half an hour that I will switch to. Okay.
And so then after that, you just kept clothes at your house?
Yes, I kept half of the clothes there.
Okay. All right. Now that we've covered that, now let's go to the day that Quinton disappeared. So that day, what is the first time you became aware of something was out of the ordinary? You said, so that morning, Danny had texted you that the kids were going to stay at home.
Yes.
Did you have, at that point, did you have any more conversation with anybody about that?
No.
Okay. Then what's the next thing you heard from anybody in that family?
Me and my youngest daughter was on the way to McDonald's. Danny calls and asked me, did I get Quinton or have I seen him? And I said, no, why? And he said that Leilani said he was missing. So my kid's homeschool. I ran to McDonald's. We come back. I dropped my youngest daughter off, and me and my oldest daughter headed down to Leilani's house.
Okay. Do you remember about what time of the morning this was?
Maybe around 9.
Okay. And so you dropped off food at your house. And how close is your house to theirs?
Catty corner across the street.
Okay. So y'all are neighbors. You're real close by.
Yes.
So you dropped food off, and then you went over to their house.
Yes.
And what do you drive?
Armada.
And what color is it?
White.
Okay. And when you got there, did you park in the driveway?
I did.
Okay. I'm asking because we've seen some scene photos with a vehicle,
Yes.
and that Armada that's white is your vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. When you got there, were there any police there yet?
No, ma'am.
All right. What did you do when you got there?
I asked Leilani if I could go in and help her look because Quinton liked to hide. He would hide from us under the bed. Like he just liked to play like hide and seek. She told me no. Me and my daughter both no. I asked, was the police called? They said no. Danny said no. And I said, why haven't you called the police? And I told her, I said, call the police. And then she did call the police.
When you got there, was Paul outside?
No, ma'am.
So Paul, did you later see Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you got there, it's just Danny and Leilani.
Yes, ma'am.
And where were they?
Under the little carport, they have a little covered carport. There was, like when you pull in their driveway in the back, it's like a little carport.
Okay.
Before you go in to get to the pool and the little play area.
Okay. So are you talking about where cars are parked or like the porch thing behind the house?
When you pull where the cars are parked, but they was kind of standing out from underneath the carport.
Okay. Sort of in the driveway.
Yes.
Okay. So they're standing in the driveway, and what were they doing?
She was standing there smoking a cigarette right after another. She was like screaming.
Okay. At some point, did the police get called?
Yes.
Okay. Was that immediately after you suggested it or later?
I would say a couple minutes. I heard her get on the phone and call the police.
Okay. And did the police show up quickly?
Yes.
All right. After the police arrived, what did you do or where did you go?
Paul had come down at that time and he was letting Zane ride this little car thing. Well, he ended up doing it too fast.
Did you see the testimony of her brother yesterday, Paul?
No, I don't
He
think
was
so.
an absolute crack up. He is so funny. He's
I went and
hysterical.
watched. I did go and watch Danny's testimony.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the brother Simon yesterday, I think he was the second last witness or the last witness? Second last. And yeah, he had some funny stories to tell. He was whinging. He's like, the police interviewed us for 17 hours and the attorney said, 17 hours? What were you counting? He goes, hell yeah, they promised us pizza. You never got me any pizza. I had to go and get my own. I had to DoorDash it, pay for it myself.
Oh my God.
And then the one after that was from an old friend of hers, apparently. They used to be friends.
Oh, right.
But she's, I don't know what you'd call her, but apparently Quinton spoke to her during a seance in a trance and told her what had
I
happened
remember
to him.
something about that today.
Yeah, and the sarcasm and the looks and the attitude that the defense attorney and her were giving, like, as he's like, pretty much you're full of shit, basically. And so he spoke to you. He spoke to, please tell us. And she goes, oh, I'd be happy to tell you. I could even show you if you like. And he's like, absolutely, I would love to know. And at the end of his cross, he said to her, what month was it? Because she predicted where his remains would be found, apparently. And so he was asking about the dates. She said, look, it was definitely before the updates where he was found, but it's a bit hazy. My memory's a bit hazy because I had to have a craniotomy. And he's like, what's that? And she's like, when you have brain surgery and they take the skull off and that. And he's like, and you disclosed this to the attorneys, the state? And she's like, yes. He's like, no more questions. It was hysterical.
It sounds like I missed a good one. I'm going to have to go back and watch that one now too.
The last two from yesterday were hysterical.
Yes, well, I was a bit busy last night.
Yes, I know. Yeah, you got to work off that ring. When you haven't got lockjaw. Whoop, said it loud.
Zane fell and slipped across the concrete. And I had asked one of the policemen if I could take Zane to my house until all this was kind of, situated. And they told me, yes, I could.
Okay, so did you take Zane and go home?
I did.
And at some point, were you interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that happen?
Well, I have cameras, so a gentleman come that worked and he checked my camera system and asked me questions. And then I was also pulled into the police station by a detective.
Okay, so you go do what, like a formal interview?
Yes.
During the time that you were keeping the kids, did Leilani ever bring them to you to go somewhere other than work?
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Can you tell us about
Sounds
that?
like she's the
Well,
laziest.
she, a couple times she
laziest-
said that she had to run to 204 to go take care of business. And then a couple times we kept them when she was off work that we knew she was going to be off work, but we didn't know what she was doing.
Okay. When she would say she was going to 204, did you know what that meant?
No.
Okay. And how long would she be gone when she
That's
said
the
she was going to
dealer.
204?
Maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
All right.
Oh, so Jenny had a quickie while she was there.
Your mic keeps turning up. I can't.
Ah,
can't
it
hear you.
does.
Yep, good
Okay.
time.
Tell me when I'm good.
Yep, keep talking.
Hello.
Yeah.
Not good? Oh, yeah, hang on. I'll go here.
I can't hear you over what she's saying.
Just hang on. Is that better?
A little bit. Which mic are you using? The one on your headphones or the one
No,
in front of
no.
you?
Yeah, the one in front of me. Just,
Maybe you need to move it closer.
yeah. How's that?
That's better.
Yeah, it's the gain. I'll just yeah, I see now. Yeah, my light wasn't flashing properly. It's flashing properly now. Does that sound better?
Yes.
Or we still need more?
Well, keep talking over her so I can hear you. Now talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. McCarter. That's all the questions that we have, and defense counsel may have some.
Thank you.
You can turn the volume up on your mic and stream out under settings as well.
Mr. McCarr, I'm Martin Hilliard. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Is it safe to assume that you, prior to October of 2022, already had strong opinions about Leilani's fitness as a mother?
No, sir.
You did not have strong opinions prior to October?
Oh, yes.
So,
Sorry.
so
How's
you,
that?
you didn't think she was a good
Background
mom.
noise.
You were fairly vocal about it. And
A little bit, not a great deal though. Can you hear me clearly over if she's talking?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Do it again and I'll tell you. Put her on and...
you didn't,
Yeah.
you didn't
I
hesitate to
think
say
so.
something about it when it was on your mind, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
didn't
I
think she was
can
a
hear
good
You
you.
can
mom.
understand what I'm saying?
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Okay. So that being said,
So now...
I'm going to ask
So
you.
you
started
want me to
watching
have
Quinton
reduced
January to
background
February,
noise on?
correct?
Yes, sir.
That's better.
And everything you've just
Echo
told me, I'm
cancellation
gonna ask you
off?
what you did, okay?
Okay.
Did you ever make any police reports? You.
No, I didn't.
Did you ever make any reports?
Automatic.
You.
Press
I
the mic
talked to
off
them. Yes, I
and
did.
then put your
That
mic
wasn't the
volume up.
question. I asked you
Yeah.
if you reported
How's
what
that?
you were concerned about.
Better.
No,
Is that
because you
better?
guys got in contact with me.
Or do I just need to get a bit closer?
No, I did not.
Yeah, it's a
You
little
never
better.
reached out and you weren't concerned enough between January and October to do that on your own, were you?
I was very concerned.
But not concerned enough to reach out and make a report.
How's that now?
I didn't have to. They reached out to me.
Okay. Well, that being said, you didn't reach out and make a report, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. So now let's talk about the day to day. So you started watching Zane and Quinton in January to February of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many days a week?
5 to 6.
5 to 6
Depending.
days a week. All right. And who was it and who brought them and what time would they normally come over to your house in the morning?
Early, around 5:36.
And who was it that normally brought them?
Danny,
And in the afternoons, what time would they go home?
4:35.
And who was it that normally picked them up?
Danny,
Thanks,
And
Elizabeth.
Over the course of this 8 or 10 month period that we're talking about, January or February 2022 to October.
Ah.
2022.
You didn't see my video. Oh my God, mate. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my
Oh
God.
my God, my
What video?
celebration video.
Oh no, for your 500. Yeah.
Yep. Where is it? I think I played it 3 or 4 times yesterday. Where is it? It was only a quick one because
Because I remember yesterday we after I got home from dinner and that, we were both congratulating each other. I was congratulating you for over 500 and you were congratulating me about a ring.
Yes. Present video file. Excuse me. There it is. Come on. All right, you ready? Have a laugh.
I hope that's not P. Diddy's party.
Yeah, no back doors. You like that?
Yeah, awesome. I love the farting, dude.
Yes, I had to put farts in there. Who else would do that? And now you're covered up your name. Hang on. Oh, one. There we go. You didn't put your new name.
Oh, didn't I? Where do I put that in? There.
The little 3 buttons at the top of your.
Yeah, no, it says after the facts. Yeah, no, it's there.
Oh, maybe I need to move
Hang
down. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I was covering it. I'm going to move it a bit smaller.
I'm not on top often.
I said nothing.
That's
better?
it. Yep.
All right. Enough stuffing around, Jody. Let's go.
Yes.
How many
Yes.
times would Miss Simon be one to drop them off or pick them up?
I would say a handful of times,
10, 5?
maybe 10.
So I have a possible 10 times a week for.
Oh, not 10 times a week.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Just let me finish. So drop off in the morning, pick up in the afternoon. That's
Mhm.
2 times, right?
Mhm.
Let's say it's at least 5 days a week. That's 10 times a week, right? Correct?
Yeah, she didn't come.
Are we still talking
No,
about Leilani or
I understand.
Tanya?
What I'm saying is so there's 10 possible or 12 possible drop-offs or pickups in a week for the kids, right?
Since I was keeping them.
Since you were keeping them.
Yes,
And she would maybe do 1 a week. or
maybe.
2 a week.
Yes,
Is that a fair statement?
yes,
So it's also a fair statement that Danny was the one who mostly did the dropping off and the picking up, correct?
absolutely.
And if I understand your testimony correct, it's not uncommon for even if she was asleep for the kids to come stay with you, correct?
Correct.
And Danny would be the one that dropped them off even on those days,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
So Danny was the one who mostly did the dropping off and the picking up and the one that interacted with you.
Yes,
That's a fair statement.
yes,
You also stated a minute ago that it was odd that you would get a text not dropping the kids off.
yes, I did.
And that's because even if she was home, she would stay sleeping. Now, who was it that sent you the text on the 5:30 on the morning of October 5th?
Danny.
And he said the kids were staying home with Leilani, correct?
Yes,
That was odd, was it not?
yes, because she never kept them.
Right.
Mhm.
So did that stand out to you as being odd at the time?
No, not. I never thought she would hurt her child. So
Well, I understand you have your conclusions, but
Mhm.
it was odd that Danny texted that to you, though, wasn't it?
no, I don't think it was odd that he texted it to me.
Well, you just say that you can't have it both ways, Mr.
Well, no,
Parker.
I think it was odd that she kept them because she never did.
Ah, I should have set it up. There is a function on StreamYard where we can dual stream. So, like if the
Yeah, it
whole time
says up the
at the
top,
top-
on the right, it says stream this to your audience.
your
but-
audience, yes. If you
Yeah.
want to click on that, that will then stream it onto your after the facts YouTube channel at the same time. if you wanted to build up.
YouTube channel. I don't know.
We might have to set it up like.
I think you've got to set it up beforehand. Yeah. Or set it up beforehand.
Once the stream's not started, it's not the same. But yeah, that's easy to do. Click of a button. So
cool.
But I don't think it was odd that Danny texted me
to your videos already
because I had more communication with him than I did her.
Correct, because he was the one who mostly watched the children. Correct?
Yes, yes.
And he was the one who mostly took care of the children.
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
So that being said, is 90% of the time he was the one over there care, custody, and control based on what you observed, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Quinton would be better off at your house, and y'all kept him a lot of times, correct?
Yes.
All right. And physically, was Quinton thriving?
No. How can a kid thrive that doesn't get shown the love and get food and get everything else that another kid would get? I don't think he was thriving.
Okay. Would you be surprised to find out that medically he was?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Now, whenever you responded that day and you came over to the house, you said it was Danny that called you, but is it possible that you were wrong? It might have been Leilani that called you to come over?
No, Leilani did not call me.
Okay. All right. And whenever you got over there, you said she was screaming and upset, correct?
She was screaming, but she wasn't crying. I feel like that if something was to happen to one of my kids, I would be hysterical, and I would also be out looking for my child.
Ms. McCarter, do you understand that different people respond to different stressors in different ways?
But the police in a kidnapping always do tell the parents to stay at home, just in case the kidnapper calls and for the ransom money that they haven't got.
I don't actually think they thought it was a kidnapping from the start at all.
Yeah, oh, right, okay.
There's that alarm on it, and it didn't go off. Remember? And
yeah, but they did say there was a yes, true. But there was somebody that said that sometimes the thing didn't work on the front door, though.
She said that, I think.
Oh, it was her. Because didn't his brother or her brother-in-law or his brother or someone was the one that set it up and monitored it? The alarm system?
He was the last one in, the brother, Paul, because he was the last one home. So.
Oh, okay. Is that what I heard? Right.
Yeah. But yeah, Daniel went out the rear door, not the front door. That's why the front door alarm didn't go off.
Yeah.
If you would respond crying, upset, and looking, and calling 911 first before you call anyone else.
And I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCarter, you've already formed opinions about Ms. Simon at this point in time, correct?
I have.
And is it possible that you're projecting?
I'd call my hubby first.
What her behavior should be according to you?
Absolutely not.
So
I do not.
So you think objectively that everybody should act the way you think they should?
No, I don't think everybody should act, but a mother that has children.
Yeah, has responsibilities.
That you carry them in your stomach by your heart. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't she?
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you seem to be actually saying, yes, you agree with me. I'm saying you're projecting your opinions and your ideas and your beliefs onto other people.
No.
Is it possible that's what you're doing?
No, it's not possible when I'm not doing that.
Yes, she is.
And
come on.
Who was it that paid you every week, you said?
Sometimes Leilani, sometimes Danny. It would come from their different cash apps.
All right, so, but you, again, there are cash app records and so and they were paid, but not necessarily always regularly, but they paid you.
They did.
Okay.
It was $1,000 a week.
Oh, apparently it was like
You also
$25,
mentioned this thing about
$10
giving
there.
food. Now, were there separate containers for Zane and separate containers for Quinton, or was it one container of food?
It was, she would bring a bag of food home and it would have, they would both want it, but she would always give Zane first. She would always give it to him first. And she would tell Quinton, stop, wait.
All right. And Zane was the older of the two, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken, correct? And how old was Zane at this point in time?
3,
Okay. And how old would Quinton be at this point in time?
10 months, maybe.
So, and again, you may have, you may not, but you thought that was some sort of indicia of preference.
Well, yes, because when you have more than one kid, you would take it inside, you would have it, in plates and give it to both of them, not just serve one while the other one's crying for the food. You would feed both of them.
Well, Ms. McCart, I understand that's what you believe, but you understand other people may believe differently and disagree with you.
And that's okay. They can disagree with me, but If you have kids,
Now
you
that
have to
is
do it-
true.
You should do it a certain way. I mean,
My
you should
sister-
feed both of them. You want both of your kids to eat, not just one.
My sister used to never dish up dinner for her third daughter. This is when she only had 3, not 6 kids.
Why?
Well, she wouldn't friggin' eat it, so there was no. Sorry about that. There was no point. But she
say friggin'.
ate for. Oh, can I? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
She ate because it was a time where I was between share houses and nearly moving in with my husband, all that kind of stuff. So I moved in with my sister and her husband and 3 kids for a bit, right?
Mm.
And Emma ate fish fingers raw out of the freezer.
Oh,
We call
gross.
them fish icy poles,
Uh-huh.
and cheese. For 18 months, I never seen that child eat anything else.
Well, she was allowed to, so why would she?
Yeah, well, that's true. But you dish her up dinner and she wouldn't eat it, so there was no
She
point.
was hungry until she eats it. I used to dish it. If my kids didn't eat their dinner, that got wrapped up and put in the fridge and served to them as breakfast.
Oh, did it?
And to eat it.
See, that happened to me as a kid, so I've never done that to mine. If they don't eat, they don't eat. I don't. Like, I just tell them I'm not a fast food restaurant. I cook what I cook, and if you just don't eat it, get
That's
yourself
right.
some.
Well, that was when they were older, but no.
Yes.
And I'm like, if they said no, and I'm like, well, you've got a choice. You can do it the easy way, or you can do it the hard way. And they'd say, what's the easy way, Mum? I said, you do as you're told. She's like, what's the hard way? You get a smacked ass, and then you still do as you're told. That was all I had to say. Never had to smack them. All right, Mum, I'll do the easy way.
Everyone's crying.
Well, but Quinton did get to eat, though, did he not?
Yes, a few minutes later.
All right, but you understand there's a difference between withholding food from a child and feeding the child in a different order than you would do, right?
Yes.
That's all the questions I got.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. McCarter, your excuse me.
Carter.
Thank you. Yes, she may. Let me call-
Next is undercover detective. Yeah, now.
Your Honor, this is one of the witnesses for which we're asking that the cameras not be worried anymore.
Thank you. I got a thumbs up from.
Yeah, you're right, Teresa. That's what I got the idea of. The eldest got to eat as much as he wanted, and then poor old Quinton got the leftovers.
Yeah.
If there was any, I think, too. If there was any.
COX?
Yes, sir.
And what's
She's
your
undercover,
spelling?
so she won't be televised.
JNNIE.
Where do you work?
I work at the Chatham County Police Department.
And what is your position there?
I'm currently an agent at the counter narcotics team.
Okay, so like,
Oh, we're not allowed to see it now.
detailed out to CMT right now.
Yes, sir.
Prior to that detailing, were you a detective with Chatham County Police Department's Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, sir, I was.
What was the general time period of your being a detective in CID?
I was a detective for about a year, from January of 2021 until about January, February of 2022.
Now, were you a detective in CID during the time period of this investigation?
Yes, sir, I was.
Well, this was October of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
So I thought you just said you were a detective from January of 2021 to January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it would have been January of 2022 to January of 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Bet she was a good
When did
detective.
you join the Chatham County Police Department to begin with?
I was hired in September of 2020.
And are you from the local area?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, where are you from?
I was originally born in the Memphis area in Tennessee.
Now, let me draw your attention to October of 2022,
Oh, no.
beginning of this investigation, okay?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that time.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about October 5th specifically.
No
or
way would I
if any
do 2 or 3
involvement
different things.
that day.
Uh-uh.
During the day of October 5th of 2022, I originally stayed at our detective's office, which is located at our Highlands Precinct on Whitmarsh Island. I assisted with.
Unless there was like a preference with one of the children, like my daughter went through a vegan phase, then I would make allowances for that, or we would all eat vegan.
Yeah.
But,
Or why couldn't you just eat
there's different diet
vegan?
requirements? But no, you don't want it.
Why couldn't you
Don't
just
do it.
eat? Why couldn't you just eat like the vegan veggies and salad stuff and still have meat? Or did she freak out if you guys had meat?
Oh, we couldn't even have. She wouldn't have eggs. She wouldn't have anything with any meat.
But was it
Yeah,
okay to
vegetable.
you eat it? For you to eat it?
Yeah, But that's the
Oh,
only
so
time
really
that I
all
would
you
make
had to
a separate
do.
meal.
Yeah. But then you didn't really have to make a separate meal. You just had to add your protein.
Yeah, we had a lot of faking.
Yeah. I've seen that stuff.
Yeah, no.
Mm.
The
And no,
first
you
search
never
warrant
made
for the
one
residence
kid
of
wait,
535
Elizabeth.
Road.
You're right.
Were you out there with Detective Kiana Robbins, who we heard from a few days ago?
Yes, sir, I was.
And I think we introduced the search warrant for the house into evidence through her. You said you assisted in preparing that.
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
We gathered the facts that was relayed to us by the detectives who were on scene that day. And we
I love peas.
gathered those facts, wrote them up in an affidavit to present the affidavit to the judge to request a search warrant for the residence to gather more evidence.
Now, from the Islands Precinct CID offices, at some point, did you go to the Chatham County Police Department headquarters where all of these interviews were
The
being?
only peas I don't like are mushy peas served in England with like a mincy. They're horrible.
They're all right. My mum told me that if I didn't eat my peas, my boobs wouldn't grow. She lied. I always ate my peas and they still didn't grow. And
My
she
dad
said that to
told-
my kids. She said that to one of my kids once. And I said, Mum, don't lie to
Didn't work
kids.
for me. Mhm.
It didn't work for me. I ate all my peas. Never.
My dad used to say to me when I was a kid, you have to go, I must increase my
Improve
bust."
my bust.
Yeah.
What,
Well.
did you do it for overtime or something?
I think so.
You took that one to heart.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you yourself, were you on any
I
of
know what you're talking
the
about.
3 interview teams that we've heard about?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you have any interaction with any of the 3 people who were there for interviews, Danny, Paul, or the defendant?
Yes, I did sit with.
Or do you eat them raw,
interviews
Elizabeth?
at different times just while the interviews were being
I
conducted.
used to straight off the bush.
And did you go to the scene that day to 5:35?
You make me pick peas, you're not going to get many.
You go out there to.
Yeah.
No, sir, I didn't.
Moving on to October 6th, did you have any involvement in the investigation on that day?
Yes, sir. I wrote another search warrant and affidavit for a vehicle infotainment system for the vehicle belonging to Miss Simon, which was a 2015 Dodge Journey.
And I think we're about to get into this. Is it fair to say that the bulk of your involvement involved preparing affidavits and seeking and obtaining search warrants?
Yes, sir.
And who was primarily directing you on what information in the premises to get search warrants?
Well,
It was primarily the
Oh,
case
sorry.
team, including Detective Women's.
So you were primarily providing assistance to search warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through some of those. But before we do the search warrant stuff, I want to ask you this. Were you involved in an interview with Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, sir. I was.
And was that on
Bubba.
October 6th?
Yes, sir.
Did you also interview his girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And where did those interviews take place?
Whenever I
Those
see the
occurred at
name
Chatham
Bubba,
Police Department headquarters at our annex.
it always reminds me of
Forrest
Boba
Gump.
Fett. No, Boba Fett. You know, out of Mandalorian, Star Wars, the big monster thing.
No.
How were those arranged?
I believe someone.
Does your son know how to work Discord?
Yes, he does.
I might get him to set mine up.
Yeah,
I
because
have
I
no
said to him, I
idea.
have no idea. Yeah.
Because we can do movies and stuff. Like we can put the link in chat for my Discord. Well, I've got the link on my thing, but if you set it up properly, like during breaks for lunch in court cases and stuff, we can all head over there and watch a movie together and shit.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
sorts of stuff.
You can do all sorts of stuff. Now, he
Mm.
actually streams and plays games with
I can
people
stream
on
to
there.
the
And
Discord as well. Yeah.
yeah. So
I
he
need to
does a
set it
lot of
up.
strange things on there. Yeah. No, he's got all these, because he's got 2 screens, and one's a big curved screen and then a flat screen. And he's got all this shit open with his Discord and crap over on the left, and then his games on the curved screen. And they play together and
Yeah.
do weird things. Yeah.
If you can, in the private chat, have you got his Discord name and I'll message him?
Oh, yeah, I can look it up on my phone. Yeah.
Made contact with Henry Moss, and he traveled to meet with us to speak with us regarding the investigation.
And was he living at that time?
I think it was somewhere near Augusta, a couple of hours away.
Was that also the case for his girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And did they come down willingly and talk to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
And that was on October 6th.
Yes, sir.
So let's get back to these search warrants. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 39?
Yes, I do.
Take a look at that and tell us whether you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that document is?
This is the order for the search warrant affidavit for the infotainment system for the vehicle that I just spoke about.
Take another look at it. But do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 40?
Yes, I do.
Okay, look at those documents alongside of each other. Are those different documents?
Yes, they are.
Okay. What is 39 and what is 40?
39 is the search warrant for the vehicle, and 40 is the search warrant for the infotainment system.
Okay, 39, the search warrant for the vehicle itself.
Yes, sir.
Who actually executed that search warrant?
It was the Chatham County Police Department forensics team.
Okay, but you obtained the search warrant itself.
Yes, sir.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the warrant that you obtained?
Yes, sir, it is.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 39.
Judge, can I look at it real quick? Just to make sure? I don't think I
Okay, I'll
have
tell
it.
you what, I have- Just a stat.
No objection, Judge.
39 is admitted without objection.
Tell us again what State's Exhibit 40 is.
It is the search warrant for the infotainment system for the vehicle.
And we've heard a little bit of testimony about that, but is that an accurate copy of the infotainment search warrant?
Yes, sir.
When did you obtain that search warrant?
This was on October 6th of 2022.
Was this at the same time as you got the search warrant for the vehicle itself?
Yes, sir, it was.
From the same judge?
Yes, sir.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 40.
Having reviewed the exhibit, Judge, no objection.
Okay, it is admitted without objection.
Now, what were y'all trying to do with this infotainment search warrant?
So essentially, infotainment search warrant is just a search warrant for the information system within the vehicle. That information system can give data to us, like GPS location, when the vehicle stops, when the doors open on the vehicle, speeds on the vehicle. It can also provide information like the odometer, and if a phone is hooked up to the information system, like a Bluetooth phone, it'll say what calls were made, what text messages were made. So everything that would be within an information system within a vehicle.
Now, can you get infotainment data from every make and model of vehicle?
No, you can't.
And were y'all able to get it from the vehicle at issue in this case, what year?
2015.
2015 Dodge Journey?
No, sir, we were not.
But you tried.
We tried, yes, sir.
Is it that you weren't able to pull it, or that data just doesn't exist and isn't able to be obtained on that vehicle?
It was not able to be obtained on that vehicle.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a search warrant for Life 360.
And who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
It's a search warrant addressed to the company Life 360, right?
Yes, sir.
And what were you asking for?
I was requesting data from the Life 360 account from Ms. Leilani Simon and also Mr. Daniel Youngkin. The information that can be provided is location data. Also, there is a way to chat on the application, so you can send messages to people you're sharing your data with. And it also will detect speed and if you're instantly braking or any driving data, it'll provide. So that's what I was requesting, along with subscriber information for both of these accounts.
And how did you identify these accounts in the warrant?
The accounts were identified by phone numbers.
And what was the phone number that you had in there for Daniel Youngkin's Life 360 data?
It was 910-729-1458.
And what about the defendants?
912-547-5275.
This is a fair and accurate copy of your Life 360 search warrant.
Yes, sir.
I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 41.
Having reviewed it, Judge, no objection.
Okay, it is admitted without objection.
How did you serve that warrant on Life 360?
I emailed it to Life 360 to their legal team.
And did you receive responsive records in response to that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And how did they send them to you?
They sent them to me by email in a zip file.
Did you download that and save it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you provide it to Detective Lemons and the case team?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide it to Taylor Burns of the FBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you see in front of you an item labeled State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
Can you open that? It's an envelope, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you open it up and take a look at the contents? What do you have there in your hand?
I have a disk with the Life 360 data that was provided and a certification of the records from Life 360.
Your Honor, I would call for this as State's Exhibit 42.
Can I approach and look at the affidavit real quick, Judge? No objection to State's 42, Judge. It does seem to be a certification of business record.
Maybe 42 is admitted without objection.
And that just contains the records that you provided to the case team and Sarah Burns.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Detective Lemons ask you to help out with getting some of Quinton Simon's historical medical records?
Yes, sir. She did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 43 and a document marked as State's Exhibit 44?
Yes.
Take a look at those two documents. Take as much time as you need, because I understand I'm asking you to look at a lot of things, because you did a lot of things. And let me know when you're ready to talk about those two documents, okay?
I'm ready.
All right. What is 43?
43 is medical records from Flowers Hospital.
Just to be clear, is it the medical records themselves, or is it the search warrant for them?
Is the search warrant for medical records
Okay. From where now?
from Flowers Hospital
And what about 44?
for St. Joseph's Candler Hospital.
Now, did you obtain these two search warrants?
Yes, sir. I did.
And when did you obtain these?
These were on October 17th of 2022.
And did you serve them on those two, one Flowers Hospital and one St. Joe's Candler?
Yes, sir.
The 43 and 44, are they accurate copies of those two warrants you got?
Yes, they are.
I would introduce these as State's Exhibit 43 and 44, Your Honor.
No objection to either, Judge. I review both.
Okay, State's Exhibits 43 and 44 admitted without objection.
After you served them on these two hospitals, did each of them provide responsive records to you?
Yes, sir. They did.
Medical records of Quinton Simon?
Yes.
Did you provide those records to Agent Lemons and the case team?
Yes, I did.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 45?
Yes, sir. I did.
And what is that?
Phone records pertaining to Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
And what is the phone number that y'all had for Daniel Youngkin?
It's 910-729-1458.
Is this another thing that then detective?
What the hell's going on with
take
this
care of?
code?
Yes, sir.
And when you did it?
Yes.
When did you get this?
I thought it was just me.
No. The update on the Orlando shooting is on. Do you want to have a quick look?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, new phones are great, aren't they, guys?
Hey guys, Trooper Steve here. This is Trooper Steve on patrol. Now we're doing things a little differently today because obviously we have a lot going on here in Central Florida. So let's think about what we have going on this morning. If you have not watched any of the morning news, we have had a major mass shooting here in the downtown Orlando area, right off of Orange Avenue. We're using kind of the Beecham as the center focus of this because it did start outside. And what I want to use this stream for today is to kind of walk through this area piece by piece, show you guys really where we are, take a methodical kind of walk through this, nothing rushed, super casual, so you guys can see firsthand exactly how close and fast this happened in downtown Orlando last night.
Can you hear that all right?
If you're living under a rock or anything
Yeah,
like
it's
that,
all right.
Wall Street is
I can hear it, you know.
here in downtown Orlando off of Orange Avenue, kind of south, just north of Central here. And you can see the entrance to Wall Street right up over here. where the stage is always set up, where people are always hanging out, where, you know, a lot of activities do take place here in downtown.
Looks a bit like Fed Square then.
What was happening last night? Last night was Halloween. We talk about this stuff all the time. All week we talked about being safe, making sure you're making the right decisions. 50,000 people plus here for the festive celebrations. And this is what happens all the time here. Security shuts it down. Law enforcement shuts it down, and it's created a safety zone more or less, so there's no cars moving through, right? So a lot of the pedestrians, they hang out on the street, sidewalk, totally okay, and the law enforcement's presence. So on a normal night, we obviously have a bunch of cops downtown, right? But with the increase of issues that we have had down here in downtown Orlando, which are a lot, they have increased their visibility. So with the Halloween celebration, we had well over 100 law enforcement officers within just a couple of blocks here from the city of Orlando. So that's just to paint a little picture for you. Every corner, mostly every bar had a law enforcement officer close. You could not walk downtown without seeing a police car or anything like that. So what has led up to this situation? A 17-year-old boy, I'm going to call him a 17-year-old boy, came here downtown Orlando, shot and killed 2 people and injured 6 other people. How'd this happen? So many people are like, Steve, with the law enforcement presence, with the security increases, how can something like this happen? Well, law enforcement presence and the private businesses here, that's just a mitigation. This all starts obviously somewhere else. So 17 years old, obviously under Florida law, not authorized to have any type of firearm. State of Florida, constitutional carry, 21 and up, unless you serve in the armed forces and it's 18 and up. Outside of that, a 17-year-old cannot own a firearm. Then people are, well, how did he get into the clubs? Well, walk this way with me. So Orlando Police Department was able to track this 17-year-old using a lot of their CCTV cameras. And we'll be able to show you some of those here once we get down closer to the intersection. And they were able to track this 17-year-old into downtown. They were also able to verify that he did not step foot into any bar or any of the clubs. So that's a good sign, showing that no firearm being carried by an individual who shouldn't have the firearm, wasn't at least authorized to go in. Heck, and he's 17 years old. So let's be real, he shouldn't even be here in downtown Orlando in the first place.
Why not?
As the scene unfolded, this is what happens. We'll stop here for just a second and imagine this for a second. 1 o'clock in the morning, about 50 to 100,000 people right here, right where I'm standing. We were just back a little further, and you could actually see some of the blood trail as it was going, and further down the roadway over there. So this scene was incredibly chaotic, and we have some video. So that's what we'll show you right now. The security video from the intersection of Washington and Central shows you the massive crowd out here, and then suddenly a shot rings out. An individual goes down on the roadway, and the suspect flees. At that point, several hundred feet just kind of east of there, a second shooting takes place by the same, and the suspect and the massive crowd out here, and then suddenly a shot rings out. An individual goes down on the roadway.
He points it backwards.
Yeah, yeah. He just shoots back and doesn't even look at who he's shooting at. Yeah.
And the suspect.
There.
You go. He just shoots anybody.
Central shows you the massive crowd out here, and then suddenly a shot rings out. An individual goes down on
So, who does he shoot? The
roadway.
I'm not sure. I'm going to watch this time.
And the suspect flees. At
Didn't
that
see which
point,
one he
Yeah.
shot.
100
Yes.
feet just kind of east of there, a
They probably
second
cut it
shooting
off there
takes
on
place
purpose.
by the same exact shooter. And that's when Orlando Police Department is able to put eyes on and take that shooter to the ground physically. Now, no shots fired by Orlando Police Department early this morning, but a lot of people have asked me, Steve, why would they have not taken that shot and neutralized that shooter? Let's talk about
Because
that.
they could take him down
Many
without
people.
it.
Too many
The body
people.
cam
Yeah,
video
too
shows
many
the
people.
chaotic scene that's happening there.
Mhm.
So if law enforcement just suddenly started to open
They
fire,
didn't need to. They
then
took him down
obviously
without it.
their bullets could have
They
been
tased
striking
them.
some innocent victims. We'll go
Yeah.
down here to the intersection itself
They
and
don't
show you
shoot. They're
kind
not
of
like Victorian
exactly
police.
where it
Mm.
happened. But with law enforcement, they need to make sure. Good morning,
Victorian
gentlemen.
police shoot and
They
ask
need to make
questions
sure that
later.
they're actually identifying their threat and that they're no longer engaging in someone that could be possibly not involved. So this right here, that big video that you saw just a second ago, this entire intersection out here was shut down, and the shooting took place about right there. And this is where that shooting took place. This entire intersection was completely shut down. And that individual walked out here while there were hundreds of people right here in the intersection and was able to walk up on a victim and open fire. That wasn't the only scene. So the scene's first shooting took place right here. And then I'll have photojournalist Goose follow me. The second shooting took place a little further south here, right in the middle of the intersection. This was packed with people, not a vehicle to be seen out here, just filled up, shoulder to shoulder. The shots from the first scene had already rung out, and then the second shooting took place. That's when OPD actually witnessed the shooter. A lot of people are like, wow, how were they able to see that? You got to think, what is their job? Their job is to look to see where the threat is. Be present.
Oh, they would have heard it and known exactly where it
the
come
threat.
from.
That's what their job is to do while everyone else was running. So they were able to take that person right to the ground. Guys, I have been here personally so many times in downtown Orlando. These clubs, whether it was for when I was a little younger, hanging out down here, or even some of these small businesses. Great taco place down the road. This area tends to be busy all the time. Heck, we've even done some of our Trooper Steve on patrols out here just talking about general traffic safety. And the one thing that we did not want to happen happened. And we preached safety so many times. It was pretty crazy. But that scene, there were about over 100 law enforcement officers. When you saw some of the video, you had law enforcement officers from Orange County Sheriff's Office, from the Apopka Police Department. Highway Patrol was here.
Look at the people scatter.
Plus some of the other local agencies.
Running for
Because
their
when a call
lives.
like this comes out, an active shooter, what's the goal? To stop the threat. For every shot, we are trained, that's a life. And you need to stop those shots from ringing out. And ultimately, that's what they did out here because they were able to physically tackle this shooter to the ground. Never seen anything like this before. Would they have been
Yeah, initially got the
authorized
wrong
to open
guy.
fire on this guy? Probably.
If
They
you
made
got the wrong guy.
really smart decisions not to
Yeah, that's
engage.
the guy
because
getting up behind them.
if
And
you go back and you
then
see
they
that
grab him.
body cam video, there are victims running all over the place as they're trying to
I mean,
tackle
that's
this guy to the ground. Very
similar
busy
to the
area,
shooting in
and
Las
even during
Vegas,
the
except for the
daytime,
guy was
this
up in a
area tends to
building. But
stay
like,
fairly busy
just
with
shooting
vehicle
random
traffic.
people, how can you do
Obviously,
that?
we do not know if these clubs are going to open up
it wasn't
tonight,
random
if
though.
they're
Like
going to
he
be for
turned
normal
and
operations
went
on Friday and
backwards, and
Saturday
maybe it
night. Again, City of
You
Orlando.
reckon it
was.
wasn't random that he
Information out there right now.
mightn't have
Well,
been?
To
he
kind of
didn't
see
turn it forward. He
what
turned
the
it backward. He
future
walked past
downtown
the guy.
security is
Yeah, he walked
Identified
past
him.
the
a lot
guy.
of people out here this morning taking photos.
Or maybe the
Really
guy
trying to-
said something to him.
document,
You don't know?
I don't
what
know.
took place. I do tell you, it was pretty creepy
Mm.
standing over there.
All right.
Good old
Let's-
right to bear arms. Well,
Mm,
he didn't have the right to bear arms because he was only 17.
yeah. Okay.
Terrible.
I'm going to close my back door now. I'm cold.
Yeah, it is getting a bit cool in here. I might go steal Jake's heater in a minute.
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
Oh, and I've muted her. Oops.
Already obtained those phone records very early on in response to an emergency request to Verizon.
No
Yes, sir.
updates yet
And the
on
purpose
Melody Farris.
was just to circle back around and get in a more formal manner.
Yes.
Same records in any case.
Sad but true, Elizabeth.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 45.
No objection, Judge.
45 is admitted without objection.
Now, did you serve that warrant on Verizon?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I emailed it to Verizon.
Did they have like a law enforcement email address where they receive search warrants or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you?
Oh, what's going on with the stream? Oh, it's back.
Yes, I did.
And in response to these two search warrants, did Verizon provide you with responsive records?
Yes, I did.
Do you see in front of you an object marked in State's Exhibit 46?
Yes, sir.
And I hope I'm here by going out of order, but if you could open that up and tell us what's in there.
This is a disc.
Technology.
Records from Daniel Youngkin's cell phone, from Verizon, the cell phone records.
Okay, so, and does it contain a certificate of authenticity from a business record certificate from Verizon?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, so 46 is the search warrant for Daniel.
Nope, we're going again.
All that stuff back in the envelope, so we don't have stuff like that. And then let's go on to 48. Do you recognize the contents of State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the letter of authenticity and also the cell phone records on a disc for Paul Simon's phone.
Okay. And that's a 912-658-6410.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce, I've kind of lost my place here, but I would offer the evidence 45, 46, 47, 48.
Can I approach the witness and look at that?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 46. It's the disc of Verizon records and it has a certificate of authenticity. So the defense has no objection as to 46. As to State's Exhibit 48, having reviewed the same, it has the same thing. State's Exhibit 48 has a disc with the business records and the certificate of authenticity, so we lodge no objection to that either. My recollection is that 45 and 47 were search warrants, which I've already looked at. We have no objection to those. I think that covers all four of them.
It does. State's Exhibits 45, 46, 47, 48 are admitted without objection.
Let me know when you're ready to move on, okay?
Okay.
So is there no gallery at this trial? Except for the camera people.
I'm ready.
Those phone records that we just talked about those sets of them. Once you received them, did you forward them to Detective Lemons?
Yes, I did.
And did you forward them to Taylor Burns of the FBI as well?
Yes.
What's a
Now,
BEREA?
sometime later in
Gracia?
October, were you asked to obtain
What?
a couple
What?
of search warrants for DNA?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us?
A BEREA.
Beret.
Teresa. Ah,
Beret. The court reporter has a different coloured beret on every day.
Oh, okay.
Stood in front of
Isn't
the
that spelled
judge.
Requested from the FBI
BERET?
to compare
Nah.
this DNA of any remains found in the landfill.
And whose DNA?
So there's no Gowrie in this court?
Miss Leilani Simon and her mother,
Yeah,
Billy
they
Jo
just
Howell.
probably
And
can't
did
see
you
it. We're
obtain
behind
search warrants for
her.
the DNA?
Yes, sir.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 49 and 50?
So they beat to this side of her head. That's the central walkway, and then that side is where the
Well, they just showed
prosecution
behind her where that black cloth is over something, and next to him
camera.
on that's camera, and then there's a mixing desk, and there's a mixing desk, but there doesn't seem to be anybody over that side where the camera is at
They're
all.
not.
You reckon?
That's probably because they've been subpoenaed and they're not allowed in court. Who knows?
Fair enough.
Guys, those documents.
Yes, sir.
What are they?
Nah.
These are the search warrants for Leilani Simon's DNA and Billy Jo Howell's DNA.
And did you obtain those search warrants?
Yes, sir.
What date did you obtain those search warrants?
That was on October 28th of
So
2022.
she's just bringing
Are
in
these fair and accurate copies of
dates
those
of
two search warrants?
Yes,
search
sir.
warrants.
Your
Is
Honor, I'll
that
introduce these
what
as
she's
State's
doing?
49 and 50.
No, we're still on search warrants, and
I think that's all she's
Now, did you
brought in.
that's all
That's what-
she's done is bloody search warrants. So how was
You
she a
don't need to know the
detective?
dates
tell us
of that.
about which one you were involved in?
I was involved in the canvass of Azalea Mobile Homes.
And what was your specific involvement?
I was
Knock on
serving
door.
as an interpreter. Most of the residents of Azalea Mobile Homes don't speak English, they speak Spanish.
And I take it you speak Spanish as well?
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Well, no. How would she interpret if she didn't speak
Well,
Spanish? She did that Italian thing.
I'm going to ask a generalized question that I might kind of get back down if I need to, but I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. You mostly did the search warrants
It says that
and collected
every
the
time.
records that we discussed here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did the search warrants for the DNA, but you didn't do the collection on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
No.
And
He's
you
not
did
a
a canvas
forensic
of the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
I don't recall. I know it was the Sunday following when the investigation started, but I don't recall the exact date.
And that's fine. But that was pretty
Yeah,
much
the
the
mango
extent of your
time.
involvement in the case that I'm aware of. And
Yeah,
that's what Dean's
Yeah.
asking about, correct?
Yes, sir. I just kind of served as a assistance role throughout the investigation.
And that's all I wanted to make sure of. So you took the records and passed it on to Detective Lemons or Taylor Bell,
Oh.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't do any
I've got to go
interpretation
stop a
other than-
break-in.
No, sir.
Same thing with the
Cats
first
are breaking in.
the data. and
So I'll go get a coffee while I'm at it.
No redirect at this point. In 10.
All right. Skip the break. Who we got now?
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, Corporal Deshaun Williams, Savannah Police Department, Forensics Unit.
Normal spelling of Williams?
WS.
Sean.
WILLIAMS.
I was trying to cut out that
Forensic
step.
unit.
Gotcha.
Now we're all very clear on that. How do you spell
Hello,
your first name?
Sean.
DUSE.
How you doing?
How long have you been with the Savannah Police Department?
Going on 11 years.
And how long have you been with the Savannah Police Department Forensics Unit?
About six, 7 years.
What's your position in the forensics unit at this point?
Digital forensics.
And were you with I guess you were with the forensics unit in October of 2022?
I was.
Does part of your duties include performing cell phone extractions?
It does.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So pretty much we have a unit called Gray Key, and it is iPhone specific. It gains access to any iPhone in this operating system, and we're able to get extraction based off the Gray Key unit.
Can you just walk us through kind of briefly the steps? Somebody comes to you with a cell phone, a detective comes to you with a cell phone, and they want a Gray Key extraction done. What do you do?
So what I do, I take that iPhone, I hook it up to the Gray Key unit. The Gray Key unit gets access to the operating system and the file systems that's on the phone, and it makes a hard copy of everything that's on that phone. It then produces a zip file along with a PDF report, a keychain, and a password list.
What's a keychain?
Keychain is pretty much a file that holds all the password tokens that is stored on the phone.
And what do you then do when you've pulled all that data from the phone? What do you do with it?
Typically, I would put it into a physical analyzer, and what the physical analyzer does, it decrypts all the information that's in the zip file and the keychain and make it into a readable format. But in this case, I believe the detective just wanted the extraction itself, along with the PDF reports and keychains and password list.
And in this case, did you give the detective the extraction that you had performed?
I did.
Was it on a thumb drive or something?
It
like
is.
that? Okay. Let's talk about the who and the when. When did you perform the gray key extraction in this case that you're talking about?
October 7th.
And who was it that provided the phone to you to do the gray key extraction?
Detective Cox.
Jenny Cox?
Correct.
Okay. And did she identify the phone to you as that of the defendant?
She did.
What type of phone was it? Not necessarily like the model number and everything, but just generally.
A Apple iPhone XS Max.
And where did you conduct this gray key extraction?
At the forensics unit, 78 Ross Road.
And you turned around the resulting data to her?
Correct.
Okay. Did you give her the phone back as well?
I did.
Do you see in front of you an object marked that states Exhibit 51?
Yes.
That is an envelope, right?
Right.
Do you know what's in that envelope?
USB device.
And what's on that USB device?
The gray key extraction.
Is it the same files that you pulled off of the defendant's phone on October 7, 2022 and gave to Detective Cox?
Correct.
I expect we're going to hear testimony from Sergeant Coleman of the Chatham County Police Department that he had already performed a cell bright extraction on this phone. What is the difference, just high level, right? Because none of us are forensics officers, between the cell bright extraction that he performed and the gray key extraction that you did a couple days later.
So gray key is made specifically with iPhone in mind. So it's able to gain access to files that UFED or Cellbrite is not able to gain access to because its developers specifically focus on iPhone itself.
I would introduce at this time State's Exhibit 51 of the evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
One moment, please.
Permission to publish.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Williams, you just stated a minute ago, Officer Williams, that gray key is iPhone specific and Cellbrite is not. What are the differences between the two? I mean, what's like a file that a Cellbrite would extract or not extract that a gray key would?
Well, one that I can think of offhand is the keychain that it can extract. It can bypass the operating systems on a iPhone better than the Cellbrite because, like I said, the developers of the gray key unit put more specifics on the iPhone itself.
So, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just genuinely trying to understand. So it sounds to me like a Cellbrite extraction would get a lot less material than a gray key extraction would get.
Typically.
Okay. And is that the reason for running the gray key extraction is to get more specific?
To an iPhone, yes.
Okay. And when you do these extractions, I assume you just plug it into a USB device or some other port and the computers do what they do. And
so I actually hooked the phone up to the gray key unit based off the port that's connected to an iPhone. So I believe it's a USB-C now. So gray key has a USB-C that I can connect that phone to the gray key unit.
And it just generates this report and that's it. And then you send it along to the detective or whoever you send it to.
It
right?
gains access to the files on the phone and it does give me a zip file that contains all that data from the phone.
And what I'm trying to narrow down is basically when you do the extraction, you take the phone, you plug it in, you do the extraction, you get a hard drive and you pass it along, correct?
Correct.
That's the extent of your involvement.
Right.
Did you review any of the extraction on this or just forward it like you normally do?
I just forwarded it to the detective that needed it.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
To pain in the ass, yeah.
This issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
They
nothing
have
but
to
the
bring in
truth,
these
so help God.
witnesses just to admit the evidence. All right. This is Barry Fox.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ann. How are you? Thank you. Morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, sir. My name is Sergeant Gary Scott Coleman. I work for the Chatham County Police Department. I am the supervisor of their crime scene unit. I started police work in 2002. This is my 23rd year. I have been doing forensic work since 2009. I was one of the two supervisors of Savannah-Chatham County Metro PD after the demerger. Because I was a previous county employee, I came back to start up the new county police, and that's where I've been since.
And in October of 2022, were you heading up the Chatham County Police Department's forensics unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
Who did you have under you?
At that time, had Corporal Philip Schenker, A Corporal Matthew Diggins had just started on Monday, and this was a Wednesday, so he was brand new. And I had a Corporal Michelle Shiro, who her last day was Friday, so I wasn't using her for that.
Now, did the forensics unit? Well, let me ask you just a couple more questions about your background.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what, if any, training you have in the acquisition of digital evidence and analysis of digital evidence?
Yes, sir. I have a certification from the Department of Homeland Security. FLETC is what they call it down in Brunswick. They like to use a lot of acronyms, so it's a Digital Evidence Acquisition Specialist. I also have a certification in through Department of Homeland Security in Glencoe in seized computer evidence recovery as well.
Now, every time you use an acronym, I'm going to have to ask you for the record what it stands for. What is FLETC? People may know.
FLETC is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, which is right near Brunswick.
Okay. Let's go back to October 5th.
Yes,
did your forensics unit respond to 535 Buckhalter that day?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you there in a supervisory capacity over what forensics was doing?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us the various things that you all did out there that day?
The main objective that day, because it was a missing child, was the department owns several drones. Myself and one other of my investigators has their FAA license to fly drone. We figured we could cover a lot more area. It borders Hunter Army Airfield. If you go a little bit further down Buckhalter, I had to call the Hunter Air Tower to see if we could clear the air because, the military doesn't really like anybody telling them what to do. So we got the air cleared so we could search. Batteries in these drones, they drain very fast. We have 4 sets and they do not charge very fast. So the mission lasted about an hour. It's equipped with a thermal device as well. We use the thermal during the day and we were not able to locate anybody. So we packed up and left.
At some point when you were out there, did y'all document the premises with photographs and so forth?
Corporal Schenker did.
Now, did you go to Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, after I left the scene.
And was that where the defendant and Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon were being interviewed?
Yes, I was aware they were in the building.
Just for the record, is that building where they were interviewed on October 5th, is that in Chatham County?
Yes, sir, it is.
While you were present at Chatham County Police Department headquarters, were you asked to conduct any digital evidence acquisition?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Cox, Detective Jenny Cox.
I was at Tanya's the other day, and this massive drone came overhead, and we're looking at it, and it had something dangling from it. And we're standing there watching it, and apparently she hears it all the time, and she's like, "Argh." But next thing, it's like dropped. It's had this like wire, and it dropped this package down, and it was like a drone delivery, like Uber Eats. One of the local, I think it was like the equivalents of Chick-fil-A over here, to over there. This drone that you can order it and it will just drop it, your package at your door. Friggin' hell.
Brought me 3 phones. She identified them as the defendant's phone, Paul Simon's phone, and Daniel's phone. We had
No, it was nice. Just like load it down on this cable, and and then you just unpeg it. It goes again. It's bizarre.
A company called Cellbrite. You probably heard that already. That company specializes in extracting certain kinds of information from cell phones. Detective Cox informed me they had gotten verbal consent to search the phones.
No update on
went ahead and
Melody
extracted all
Paris.
3 of them, and then provided them back to Detective Cox when I was finished with them.
Now, how did you go about conducting the Cellbrite extractions on this phone? Can you just at a high level kind of walk us through the process?
So when you get a phone, it's always really good to have the code, and I believe they had provided the codes. The machine, it's basically like plugging it into a charger. for lack of a better. The machine is a box about that big. It also works with software on a computer, so it's plugged into a computer, and it will select the make and the model of the phone if it's in the catalog. Otherwise, you have to manually include it to put it in. Once you do that, you basically, there's a lot of technical stuff that you get into, but you make a folder, or you tell the computer where you want the extraction to go, and you push the button, and it does it. It does the magic.
And then you said you turn those extractions around to the detectives?
Yes. So typically what I do is when I perform an extraction, it comes out as a UFD file. If you're familiar with Microsoft or what have you, it'll come out as a .doc file, like a doc file, or an Excel spreadsheet, it's a .excel file. This will come out as a .ufd. It's a proprietary that Cellbrite, the company, has. Typically, I will do as my workflow, other people might do it differently, but my workflow is I will go ahead and initiate a report. The machine then goes ahead and does a UFD report. A lot of our detectives at our department like to be able to work off the computer instead of looking at a 400-page PDF document. So that's what we do. We go ahead and just do the report on a UFD file. They come and bring us a jump drive or a small, external drive, and we then copy it over there, an exact copy over there.
When a detective gets one of these Cellbrite extractions from you and opens up the UFD file, what can you, because we've been talking all about this, we haven't actually seen it.
Yeah.
What are they looking at? Like, what does it look like to go through a Cellbrite extraction as a detective?
So there is a reader program that the Cellbrite will put into the folders, and think about it like Adobe Reader. Okay, like you might not have the full-blown version of Adobe Acrobat, but you'll have, the Adobe Reader. It's a light version. It comes up as kind of a dashboard. It shows, the phone, what it looks like, the make, the model, serial number, phone number. There are a few other identifier numbers that the carrier uses to identify that number on their network so they can bill you properly. And but they're very specific numbers. And then on the left-hand side of the computer screen, you'll see such things as the calendar, and you can click on calendar and it'll show you if anybody had put calendar invites or booked any kind of dates. MMS for multimedia messages. We call it texting. Things used to be SMS texting where you could send pictures and stuff, but if you have an Android, it's generally green. If you have an iPhone, it's blue. You can text pictures, things like that. That's why we call it multimedia.
Now, do you see in front of you an object marked as States Exhibit 52?
Yes.
Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, it is believe it to be a thumb drive that says Cellbrite Extractions. It has my last name. It has my initials and the date of 10/4/24.
And is that the date that you reviewed the contents of that thumb drive?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is on that thumb drive?
This is it's a dump of one of the 3 phones that I did.
Is it one or is it all 3 of them? And we can, if you want to, if you need to plug it into the computer, we can do that.
I could do that if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Come on in. All right, have you now reviewed the contents of State's Exhibit 52?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can you tell us what's on it?
Yes, it is the extraction of Leilani Simon, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin's cell phones.
And are those the extractions that you performed on October 5th?
Yes, sir.
And are those the extractions that you turned around to the detectives?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer this as State's Exhibit 52.
No objection.
52 is admitted without objection.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you flip through that and let me know when you're ready to talk about it?
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's actually the first page that what I was describing a few minutes ago. It's the first page that you'll look at on a UFD reader after you've extracted a phone. I can see that it is the first page is an Apple iPhone XS Max. The Apple ID is simonleilani2@gmail.com. The second is a Android SM S134DL. Samsung likes to use weird things for their phone names. It does not appear to have, because it's not an Apple, it doesn't have an email address associated with it. It's an Android phone.
Can you tell the phone number of that phone from looking at that screenshot? Do you see a field on there, MSISDN?
That's it. 910. You have to forgive me. My eyes are not what they used to be. 910-729-1458.
So would that be the screenshot of Daniel, first opening frame of Daniel Youngkin's?
Yes, it's a Samsung.
And then what about the third thing?
The third is another Android operating system phone. It is a Motorola G Pure. The phone number is 912-658-6410.
And would that be Paul's?
That is going to be Paul Simon's phone.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
I want to publish these and just briefly have you kind of walk us on to where you're seeing this stuff, okay?
Okay.
All right, so this is the first page. We're going to zoom way in. In this pink box right here, do you see some dates there?
Yes, sir.
What do those dates refer to?
Those are the dates when the extraction started and then when the extraction was over with.
All right, and we see October 5th there.
Yes, sir.
And this is for which phone now?
This is for the iPhone XX Max, which I believe was Leilani Simon's phone.
All right, moving down a little bit. The Apple ID indicates as much.
Yes, you have to include an email address. If anybody's familiar with Apple, you have to have an Apple ID. It's an email address associated with it.
All right, and is there somewhere on this list of identifiers where we can see what the phone number is?
Yes, right there, the MSISDN. It's area code 912-547-5275.
Okay. In this bit, it says examiner name.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Move on to the second page. This also indicates that this extraction was performed on the 5th
Yes, sir, it does.
by you,
Yes, sir.
and the MSISDN.
It is 910-729-458.
1458.
1458. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I should have zoomed in more for you. MSISDN is essentially the phone number.
Yes, sir. It's the carrier phone number.
And slide 3, also October 5th.
Yes, sir, it is.
Also you as the examiner.
Yes, sir.
And phone number here is
912-658-6410.
okay. All right. Were you involved in the collection of some video footage in this case?
Yes, sir, I was.
And have you prepared a presentation that stitches together some of the relevant video?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you go out and collect video, are you collecting only the relevant 1 or 2 minutes, or are you
Oh,
collecting
yum.
We can have a range that the
Not
detectives will
fair.
have us pull.
I just ate strawberries and mango and yogurt. That's no fair. Although I do just so happen to have, I didn't get much sleep today. I may have found another packet of these. Remember those, Tricia? The killer pythons. Nothing like a bit of sugar to get you through. Mm-mm. I'll have one for you.
I typically will do an hour before, an hour after, just in case we don't catch something. But we were through detective information, we were able to kind of narrow down a time frame a little bit less.
Now, the presentation that you prepared, where does it contain video footage from? What locations?
It contains footage from Azalea Mobile Home Park. First of all, the rental, I guess the mobile home, which is used as a rental home office, and Real Time Auto,
Is New Ride Auto?
New Ride Auto. That is it. New
So
Ride Auto.
those are the 2 locations that we're going to see footage from.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 54?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell from the envelope what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
These are copies of videos that we pulled from Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what about State's Exhibit 56?
This is the New Ride Auto video with a certificate inside of it from the owner saying that it was properly working.
Your Honor, I would introduce these exhibits as 54 and 56.
No objection.
All right, 54, 56 are admitted.
All right. So those exhibits are just the raw copy of all the surveillance footage that you collected from those places.
Yes, sir.
Which may be on the order of hours.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 57, what is that? State's Exhibit 57. And actually, I think up there was
57A.
57A and 57B.
This is the PowerPoint the presentation that was put together, a disc.
Okay. And what about 57B? Is it just a printout of this?
It is a printout of the presentation.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the components of this PowerPoint presentation, okay? Does it include video clips from these 2 locations from the relevant time period?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does it include some photographs of these, of Azalea that were taken by your forensics?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does it include some screenshots from Google Maps to help orient the jury on where these cameras are located and which direction they're pointing?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 57.
No objection.
57 is admitted without objection.
All right, and I would ask to publish at this time, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Before we get into the nuts and bolts of this, can you just kind of summarize broadly for us
Yes, sir.
what this presentation and the video footage contained in it are going to show as to the defendant's movement shortly after 1 a.m. on October 5th?
Yes, sir, I can. Would it help to stand our point?
Sure. Yeah, you can stand up, Tony.
So the video is concentrated in this area right here.
I'm just gonna ask you, Sergeant, if
Yes,
you can be mindful of keeping your voice up. We have
Yes,
some
ma'am.
families trying to keep coming down.
This is the area that the video was collected from. The new ride auto is almost right on the corner of Buckhalter and 17 or Beachy Road. The way the Google map did it was it took you to the center of Azalea Mobile Home Park, but the office is approximately right here.
And what's it going to show in terms of what that vehicle did? Just a tight summary.
It shows it come in. It shows it come in the main road and continue down. And we lose track of it. It goes out of frame somewhere in here. And then we pick up a vehicle over on the exit, and then we see it come and then exit as a mobile home park. It makes a left-hand turn, makes another left-hand turn at Buckhalter Road where New Ride Auto is about right here. They have a camera pointing this way, and you can see it head south on Buckhalter.
Back in the direction of 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Now, is this video footage going to show that vehicle stationary at the dumpsters for any period of time during that trip?
Yes, sir.
For about how long, give or take?
Could have been 35, 45 seconds.
1 moment, please. All right, so with that preview, slide 1, what are we looking at here? What does this show?
So this is just an overall map of the area from 535 Buckhalter Road to Azalea Mobile Home Park. Google Maps is estimating that it takes 7 minutes and 2.7 miles.
Buckhalter Road is the L shape here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so even though there's a turn there, does it remain Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir. It's a pretty sizable dog leg to the right.
Now, this road running kind of diagonal on the top left, this larger road, what is that?
That is Ogeechee Road. Some people call it highway. Well, it's a U.S. Highway 17, but a lot of locals call it Ogeechee Road.
You said that the video footage is concentrated in this area at the top, like the Buckhalter Ogeechee Road intersection?
Yes, sir.
Now, moving on to the next slide, where have we moved here?
So,
nope, still in progress. No, nothing. Although I got an email yesterday saying that my stream could not be monetized because I had done a celebration video and one of the songs had a copyright issue. So I had to take that song off, but no emails. And when I go into the studio, it just says pending, still in progress. Stupid. And I've lost four subscribers. So they've dropped me back to 500 now. Yeah, don't know.
this is the intersection of Buckhalter Road
YouTube Daddy at its
and
finest.
Highway 17 or Ogeechee Road. That is where the new Ride Auto is approximately right here. There is La my Spanish isn't good. It's a Hispanic restaurant and grocery store right here.
Okay.
And then you head down and take a right at 4711 to go past a Chevron station that's right here. And that takes you directly into Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Now, the next slide, does this slide show the locations of the buildings from which you obtained the video footage?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And can we see Ogeechee Road in this image?
Yes, it is the 4-lane with a divider running.
I'm laughing because I'm watching Steve's chat as well. He just popped my link up. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, it was just I'd done a celebration 500 subscriber quick, video on Canva, and one of the songs had a copyright on it, so I just deleted it. It's fine. but thank you. So head on over to Steve's channel, Justice Process. Give him the YouTube lubby with a thumbs up and a subby. How's that?
Running almost horizontally at the top of the screen.
And do you see the marker there for New Ride Auto?
Yes, sir.
Is that Buckhalter Road immediately to the left of that?
Yes, sir. That is. It's running north and south at that point from the vantage point you have.
Now, can we see the chevron in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it? I'm sorry I keep
It's
asking
all
you to get up, but that might be the easiest way to do it.
So this is the Chevron convenience store. These are the gas pumps for the Chevron station. Again, the store, gas pumps for the Chevron station.
Okay, for the record, that's trying to think of the best way to do this. That would be above the left side of the yellow marker for the Azalea Management Office. If you go along the left side of that marker and go up, you see the white square, and that's the Chevron. And then above that is the parking lot and pumps for the Chevron.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, this next slide, what intersection is this?
This is the intersection of Buckhalter Road, which is running north and south vertically across the screen. That is Ogeechee Road, Highway 17 running horizontally.
And do you see that structure with the yellow arrow pointing off of it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, that yellow arrow is something that we added, right, in PowerPoint?
Yes.
And what does that arrow signify?
That arrow signifies a camera that is mounted on that building.
And what is that building again?
That is a New Ride Auto.
Where does that camera point?
It points towards the primarily Buckhalter Road on the corner of the intersection
Okay.
and the entrance to Buckhalter.
Now, this next slide, can we back out to where we see both of the structures that we're going to talk about footage from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the next slide, you mentioned that you got camera footage from cameras mounted on the management shed at Azalea.
Yes.
I've now advanced again, so we see one arrow on the left side kind of pointing up. Do you see how that arrow is sort of on the edge of a white structure?
Yes, sir.
What is that white structure?
The white structure is the rental office for Azalea Mobile Home Park.
And what does that yellow arrow signify?
It is pointing in the direction of the camera, which we downloaded video from.
Okay, so does this yellow arrow signify one of the cameras from which you obtained video footage at that place?
Yes, sir.
Now, the monitoring system where you can look at the footage from these cameras, where is that?
It is located inside the rental office.
The same building that the cameras are hanging off of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've advanced again. Now we see a second yellow arrow pointing more or less in the other direction, right?
Yes, sir.
What does this arrow signify?
So this arrow signifies a second camera that is pointed down the entrance road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right, so we're at 2 Azalea cameras now, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to travel, south on that road, would you pass through the frame of one camera and into the frame of another pretty much immediately?
Yes, sir. They're very close together.
I've advanced again, and now we see a third arrow pointing kind of like down and to the right and down a little bit on this slide. What is that?
Sorry, I took so long.
That is the third camera that we pulled video from. If you follow the arrow down and to the right, you might see this. You might see this greenish area, this brownish area.
Like in the extreme bottom right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what is there?
That is where the waste
Yes, that's my
collection point is, the
microphone.
dumpsters for the community.
What is this?
There's
You
the
said
tail.
it looks like a white car.
Yes.
And then above that, the white structure that you described as the management office, I think.
Yes, sir.
What is this sort of triangular area here?
It's kind of a maintenance yard. They appear to keep maintenance equipment in there and what have you, skid steers, just different types of maintenance equipment.
And is this yard bounded by a fence?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe that fence?
I call it a hurricane fence. It's a metal fence. And of note was that it had some green slats running through it.
And this triangular yard here, just north of that white maintenance shed, what's it bounded by on the other side of the fence?
Show me.
What is this here?
Oh, that is the exit road to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay, so is it fair to say that if you want to come into Azalea,
You may come and go as you
come down
please.
this road here
Gentlemen,
Yes,
on the left,
yes.
and then if you want to get out, you can go out this way?
Hi, Steve.
Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Is
He's
this a
sat on
one-way
mine,
street or
I'm sat
two-way
on
street?
It
his.
is a one-way street.
Okay, so it's a two-way street or a one-way street to exit.
Yes,
Okay. And dumpsters are over here in the bottom right-hand corner.
yes, sir.
What is the field of view like from this camera that's oriented in the direction of the maintenance yard and the dumpster? What do you, if you look at footage from that camera, what are you
Why
looking at?
didn't that come
You,
up?
you can look down the road.
Why didn't what
There's
come
a
up?
Obviously, the fence
My
we've been
message.
talking about, but if you look right to the top of the fence, you will be able to see a lot further down the road.
If you come in on that entrance road, it's on kind of the left side of the frame, is it possible in Azalea to do sort of a complete loop that takes you out on the exit road that you described?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said earlier that's sort of how you're supposed to go in.
That's how you're supposed to. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I've gone back to where we're only looking at this. I've advanced to where we're looking at the single arrow pointed up, and that signifies the first camera that you were talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. In this next slide, where we see, it looks like we're looking at the monitor for a security system and an iPhone. What are we looking at here?
So that is the camera from the arrow that y'all just saw on the Google map, pointing towards, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the Chevron station building. And out here, you'll see Avicii Road.
All right, you're indicating towards the top right of
Yes,
the
sir.
image. So does this camera capture cars entering Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir, it does.
And we heard testimony from Officer Schenker. And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not ask permission. May I remain seated at this point?
Yes. Anytime that you're operating in this way, you can remain seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. He testified that the timestamp on the Azalea cameras was off by like, it was like 81 minutes slow. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir, I do. 81 minutes because the phone does not give the seconds like the video does.
Okay. So this is the field of view from that first camera that we've talked about.
Yes, sir.
Now, I've advanced to the next slide. We see that arrow pointing down and to the left a little bit. That's the second camera that you described for us, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right, I should say the second Azalea camera that you described for us.
Is it really that
This
hard
next
to set the
slide-
time up right?
What are we seeing here?
This is the field of view from the camera that we just spoke.
Yeah,
of.
the camera's
Honestly-
for 20 minutes.
It is right next to
Was
the
it-
other.
How many
camera that
trials
points the
do we
Chevron
see
station.
where the cameras
This
don't
points
have the right
towards
time?
Mm.
The back-ish.
At
I
least
mean,
they were
as you go
all
back
wrong
further
time.
into Azalea,
At
you
the
Yes.
can
same,
see
at the same
I believe
time.
the first road
Yes.
that goes off to the right in that field of view.
And is that first road that goes off to the right, is that visible right there, kind of beyond that truck?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, because you've mentioned that. I'm going to pull up what's been admitted.
So who's this
as,
person that's testifying?
He is Gary Scott.
States
He's from
Exhibit
the
35. You see
forensic unit.
Yes, sir.
Ah.
So
All right, does that indicate
he's analysing
what it looks like
their.
if you take a right turn on that road you just
Ah.
mentioned?
It
Yeah.
appears to be.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You know,
From the
GPS.
Dodge
Back to your
journey.
presentation, I'm on slide 10 here.
I might have been a tad
That's all on
distracted.
slide 10.
She looks so different, doesn't she, than she did in
Yeah.
the police interviews?
Yeah. How do you spell knowledgeable?
KNOWLEDG.
There's a D in there,
Okay.
is there?
Yeah. I can't think when I'm
Yeah.
not seeing it. You know what I mean? LEDGEABLE. I can type it.
EB.
In 11:30,
So it's knowledge just with an ABLE on the end.
11:40, and of course, please don't discuss the case with anyone and don't do any research. Thank you. We're recessed.
Okay. I
Okay,
won't
I'll
be a
put in
second.
private. I'll put in
I've got
private chat for you.
Just right, Steve Channel. I'm being cheeky.
Thank you. Jurors indicated that they needed a break, so we'll just come back in 10 minutes. All right, thank you. We're in-
Yeah, take that. All right. Yeah, I'm watching his channel because he's doing the Verdict Watch live. So I
Oh,
just
right,
looked
okay.
into his chat and went, hello.
Right.
And had to plug the
Listening.
podcast, obviously.
Mm.
It's not a
All
mod
right, so
over
we're on
there.
slide 11. And this is an arrow that signifies the third camera of Azalea that we talked about, the one that's oriented into that maintenance yard and kind of catches the dumpsters in the distance.
Yes, sir.
And we've got the dumpsters marked there, right?
Yes.
All right, this next slide, slide 12, what are we looking at here?
So again, as previously, we wanted to show the time difference. So obviously we have the cell phone. We also had a detective outside within view on this particular shot that shows the times are the same, and then you can see the timestamp up at the top.
Now, is this a field of view for the camera that we were just talking about?
It's as close as we could get to it. We had it up in the air, and I think it's probably a little bit better view from the camera than what we're seeing here out the window. What we were trying to prove in this image was the time difference.
Okay. We are looking
Yes,
at
so
monitors
that
here, though, right?
Yes.
All right, so this
they
shows
established that all of the
orientation of
cameras
that camera.
around,
Yes,
hang
sir,
on,
it does.
Can you describe?
all of the cameras around that Azalea Park trailer park
We're all out by the
were
same
all
amount.
out by the same amount, which is why that
Mm.
police officer took photos of the actual time on his
With his-
mobile so that they could actually
Yeah.
show, because otherwise
Rivet.
the defense, yeah, throwing that straight out. But this is stuff that we've heard before, so
Describe us where that fence is that you were talking about earlier.
eight
Yes, sir.
witnesses are just there to bring in documents and evidence and lay the foundation. I want the juicy stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Correct.
Yes, sir, they are.
So at this point, that Dodge Journey is taking a right onto Ogeechee Road from Buckhalter Road, right?
Yes, it is.
I got some
All right,
funny
go to
names.
slide 18. We see the two source buildings marked again. In slide 19, this shows the position and orientation of the first camera that we're going to see footage from, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, can we see the overhang for the Chevron pumps up there in the top left area?
Yes, sir, in the top right, top left.
And are those some U-Hauls next to that kind of reflecting?
Yes, I think at the time they were running U-Hauls at that establishment.
In that timestamp that says 23:56, that's 80 to 81 minutes slow, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if it says 23:56 and you add 80 to 81 minutes, you get like 1:17 a.m. or so
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is this clip going to show?
It's going to show a vehicle approach from the left side of the screen, and then it will make a right-hand turn on the entrance to Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle as in the last clip we just watched?
It does.
And this would have been just seconds after that clip we just watched, correct?
Yes, sir.
Damn cat's trying to break in again. Yep, that looks like a Dodge Journey.
Now, slide 21, this signifies the camera pointing the other way.
Yes, sir, it does.
And I think you mentioned earlier that a vehicle driving into Azalea would pass through the field of view of the camera we just watched footage from into the field of view of this camera.
Yes, sir.
Now, the next slide, what are we going to see here?
You're going to see a vehicle enter from the right-hand side of the screen and then go all the way across the screen and exit the left-hand side of the screen.
Now, we looked at that image earlier of that right turn that you can take with the red arrows.
Yes, sir.
And can you see that street where you would take a right? That's in this frame.
Yes, sir, it does.
Does the vehicle take a right on that road or not?
No, it does not.
And does the vehicle that we're about to see seem to be the same one from the previous vehicle?
It seems to myself, it seems to be the same vehicle.
Yeah, this clip would just be like a second or two after that one.
Yes, yes.
All right, same vehicle.
The cameras are right next to each other.
Now, you mentioned earlier that if you drive in this way that we've just watched this car do, you can make a loop and take that one-way exit road.
Yes, sir. It's a loop. There's several roads that bisect it, but you have to go to that other road to exit.
Is this the way we just saw this car drive? Is that the way that you would drive to make that loop
Yes,
that takes you past the dumpsters and to that one-way exit road?
that is the full loop. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this here?
Appears to be a still image of the vehicle that we just watched on the video.
And what is this next slide here, slide 24?
This is a Dodge Journey that is sitting in, I believe, the technical garage of the FBI building.
Is that the Dodge Journey that was towed from 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does that Dodge Journey that was towed from the house and photographed at the FBI office, does that appear to be consistent with the vehicle that we're seeing in this security footage?
Yes, sir, it does. I pay particular attention to what we call the back part. If you can see the slant and the angle, there's certain things you look at when you've been looking at cars for a very long time on video that you try to key in on, even though the video is somewhat pixelated. The tire, the area of the tire appears to be the same. The angle of the light appears to be the same.
Now, this next slide, slide 25, this signifies the location of that camera that catches the dumpsters in the top of the front field of view.
Yes.
Now, what are we going to see here?
So what you're going to see here is you're going to see some brightness, and I'll stand
Sure,
up.
yeah.
You're going to see some brightness. Again, I'll bring your attention to this cat skid steer. Here's the fallen down traffic sign. Again, you're looking in this area right here. And that's kind of orientates you.
And you said you're going to see some brightness. Does it appear to you to be vehicle headlights?
Yes, it does.
And are those vehicle headlights moving continuously throughout this video clip or not?
No, sir, they're not.
Can you tell us for about how long they appear to be stationary?
I think I said earlier, I misspoke. I believe it's probably around 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, something like that.
And based on the pictures that we've looked at so far, what area of the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza do those apparent vehicle headlights appear to be stationary at for 2 minutes or so?
Judging by where they're stationary and knowing what I knew from the white vehicle being parked there, I believe it to be in the area of the dumpsters.
Now, initially, when you're just seeing headlights stationary in the area of the dumpsters, are you able to tell what vehicle that is at that point?
No, sir.
Is there a point in this video clip where you do get a good look at that vehicle?
Yes, sir. I believe so. If the jury remembers, I spoke of a hurricane fence and the slats going through them. These are, angled green slats we've probably all seen in the construction sites. It's supposed to somewhat obscure what's behind the fence. But when a vehicle or when anything is moving behind it, you get an idea better when
that object is moving.
Oh, so this is when she
You'll see,
jumped.
right in here.
One, because see, it says it's nearly midnight,
Which direction?
and it was 1:30-ish that she
1:15,
jumped.
I think.
That one-way exit road.
Yeah, well, so that adds up with the time difference.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Now,
yeah,
when
yeah.
you get a look at it at that point, does it appear to you to be the same vehicle that we've been seeing? in
I
some
know.
video clips?
Yeah, I want to see that too.
I'll go ahead and play the video clip on slide 26 here.
So the dumpsters are to the left of those.
Yeah, behind that fence. See where the time is there? Just see that fence that's got the poles that are
Are we
slanted?
looking for headlights, are we? Or
Yeah, I think so. Oh, there's the headlights up at the top. And then she goes past that fence, I think.
headlights where?
So if you look at the cat, the little bobcat,
Yep.
above it to the right. Is that
Ah,
lights
yep,
there or not?
So
Now, at this point, we're about halfway
There.
into this video clip. At this point, do those headlights
Oh.
appear to be stationary in the area of the dumpsters?
Yes,
is
sir.
it up here?
Yeah. Yeah,
When
that's
they-
like when they had the
start moving
overhead
to
view,
you,
Teresa. When they had the overview, you're saying you can't see nothing but bushes. I keep looking at this overview and there's like lots of trees. Is that a forest behind there? Why didn't you just
It's a
get rid of it
trailer
in the
park.
forest? Yeah, but when you look at the overhead view, there's a lot of trees and bush next to it, kind of thing, is there?
Yeah, but she put
Anyway,
him
we'll
in
look.
the
Show us
dumpsters and
then.
the dumpsters were getting emptied. But she also it's right next to the chevron where she said she went to
Yeah,
get. So it
that was her
private
cover.
line.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
her cover. Yeah.
In that movement that you were describing
I'm
to
friggin'
us,
freezing.
you just let us know and kind of narrate to us what that vehicle is doing.
I went and got Jake's heater.
I'm just putting the heater on now.
Hmm.
Whoa. Jesus.
Okay, it's now moving.
The car's moving.
There's some
Yeah.
light shining off the building, and obviously you see now the car comes into view. You can see it pass what appears to be the same vehicle, a crossover vehicle, which is what a Dodge.
So they got the number
classified
plate off
as
that, did they?
crossover.
Not off that picture.
Ah,
Which direction, and where would this vehicle be heading at this point?
Logically, it'd be heading out, exiting the Isaiah Mobile Home Park.
Towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, slide 27.
You see all the bush
this is
there?
The first azalea camera that we talked
yeah,
about.
it's a
Yes, sir.
trailer
It is.
park.
This is the one that captures the entrance from Ogeechee Road of vehicles going into Azalea and the exit from Azalea onto Ogeechee Road of vehicles leaving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where's
It does.
Udahith?
This next slide, slide 28,
Who else
is
do you
the
think it
footage
is?
from that camera. Right?
Yes, sir. It does.
And what are we going to see?
You're going to see a car.
You know
coming
that's
from the
what his
right-hand
name's
side.
supposed to say, don't you?
Sorry? What
You know
was
that's what
that?
his name is supposed to say?
What?
Udahith.
Udahith.
Because his real name, I think it's supposed to say, Udahith, you think you are. Because his real name's Brian. Ooh.
Oh, okay. I knew it wasn't Udahith. Yeah,
Yeah.
I worked that out.
Yeah, it's a play on letters, but he won't explain it to me. Good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. No, come on.
Yeah.
This one's got to be a lay down bazaar.
yeah, yeah. It's looking like a slam dunk to me.
Yeah.
Out of the screen, make a right-hand turn, and then up at Ogeechee Road or Highway 17, you'll see it make a left-hand turn.
Now, initially, when you see, I guess, the headlights of that car or maybe the car itself, what road is it
Have
going
you
to be?
voted in today's poll?
Is it going to be on that one-way exit road?
Yes.
Me?
It's kind of a triangle, but it's on the exit part.
No.
Anyone?
And it's going to make a
Everyone?
right onto
It's funny.
the Azalea Road that comes off of Ogeechee and then a left onto Ogeechee Road itself.
Yes, sir, it will.
Does it come to a complete stop?
Yes, it is coming and it is signaling that it's going to turn to the left. And now it's turned.
No. From the footage that we've watched to this point, did that vehicle appear to stop at the Chevron on the way in or
No.
on the way out from Azalea?
No, sir, it did not.
Now, did y'all also get video footage from the Chevron itself?
We did pull video from the Chevron station.
And did you look at that video footage to see whether it somehow showed the vehicle stopping at the Chevron station? Either
I have now voted.
It shows. This video shows.
You like
Does
that?
it essentially just show it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it does.
And then later out of Azalea.
Yes.
Now, moving on to slide 30, we're back at New Ride Auto here, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
The Ogeechee Road Buckalter intersection.
Yes.
And what are we going to see in this video clip at slide 31?
You'll see a vehicle approach from the right-hand side of the screen, and it will make a left-hand turn onto Buckhalter Road.
Does it appear to be the same vehicle that we've been watching for the last?
It appears to be.
A little glitchy. Let's try that again, see if it works better.
I was going to say a little glitchy. That's a bit better. It didn't reverse back 3 times.
Yeah, so why couldn't we have stuff
It
like
is
that?
1:22:45 in the morning on Wednesday, 10/5/2022.
Hang on, we have
Now,
movement
would
in the
that
courts.
right turn on Buckhalter there, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
left turn on the Buckhalter, then would that take
We
you
have
back
movement.
to 535 Buckhalter Road?
On the. Let me unmute.
Oh.
Yeah. Why don't we have? Come on, give us some audio. Come on. Movement in the court. Maybe I missed something.
Everyone, welcome. First time we've spoken in person today, but so I think Simon Bagel was right. I think that we're looking at a possible split verdict here. I think that's where they're going. Now, understand this, it could also be, because as I was explaining yesterday, the first 3 counts, which is felony unaliving or malice unaliving, we'll call it, it is a situation where they could find her guilty of one and not guilty of the other because of the definitions. So it could also be that they've determined she did it, but they're trying to figure out which one to find her guilty of. But I think this doesn't indicate a good thing for her as far as being found not guilty of everything.
I believe they're on a break until 12
I
noon, Joe, and it's
this
11:24.
indicates we're going down the road of a split verdict. Now, the question is this a situation where they're trying to see does felony unaliving or does malice unaliving incorporate her having assisted Scott in some way? And I think what they're going to find is no, because it requires her direct use of the firearm, and that's what they're going to find. And this is where I think they end up at 3 and 4. Let's see what's going on back in the courtroom.
He knows so much about the law. If you've got any questions, he knows where it's going. He knows the process. He knows
and sound has been turned off.
That needs
unless I'm
to be made.
missing
You know,
it, but I don't believe I am.
as far as the U.S. justice system, he knows it inside and out.
I'm just double checking. I don't want to have a whole issue like the other day, where I'm talking away and the judge is talking to.
Yeah, I agree, Teresa. I reckon
a
conspiracy between a whole lot of them.
When you left 10, I went to bed and I put on Scott's testimony, and I think I saw about 10 seconds of it.
Before you went to sleep.
Crashed until my alarm went off at 9. Yep. So the jury have apparently previously asked today for the.
If I'm available, I want to go to the funeral.
Let me try and boost this one.
Next into the den is Governor Robbie Ward.
So I think that's at 1. So I may see if they want to work a little later, and then that way, if there's anything that I needed for it, I'll be back closer. But I can still be here in 30 minutes.
Judge is juggling today. He's got other court commitments.
They have to go.
He's got to go backwards and forwards between.
To the funeral home at 4 for another thing.
You don't? I like him. He's a little bit laid back, but yeah, no, I don't mind him.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought he allowed things to move nice and quickly.
And then the funeral is at 3.
He's also not used to having the cameras. He's new to the cameras.
Yes.
The thing after that. And then at 4 o'clock, I have a thing for.
It's not very often you see Steve live on his channel.
Right.
It's something that I've encouraged him to do because it personalizes your channel.
We'll be.
Mm-hmm.
I'll still check on them and see if they want to. Well, I guess if my thing's at 2, I'd rather them go ahead and break at 12.
He basically last week, when I was stuck at 400 subscribers, he told me what I had to do, and within the week,
it worked. Yeah,
he told me. Yeah, so yeah, we complement each other in opposite ways. It's hard to explain, but yeah. Good. And I do the medical stuff, and he does the legal stuff.
Yeah,
and I just giggle. I just put in his chat before, like I gave him a big head saying, he's very knowledgeable about the legal process and the justice system and, the implications of rulings and motions and rah, 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 rah. And I'm just there to giggle on cue. And he's not, it doesn't hurt that he's not too bad on the optics either.
No.
Question or something, they come back.
He got all embarrassed. It was funny as.
I'll deal with whatever.
Because he started the same time as AJ did.
After 2 o'clock, it may be closer to 30 minutes before I.
Oh, really?
November last year, so it's just coming up to a year. And he has.
All right, we'll be in recess till then.
35,000 subscribers or something.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. However, I don't believe this jury coming weekend.
That was loud. Boosted him too much. I don't think the jury will go past this weekend. They won't go into the weekend.
You don't think so?
No.
So it looks like I see the judge's head again down there. So we'll see what's going on with that. I assume that's probably because they're finalizing. I don't think we're going to probably hear anything more unless the jury has an additional question. And then maybe that'll give us some insight. Because like I said, it could be that they're debating between malice or felony. And then, you know, it could also be that they're looking to find out if they think she was in this with Scott, and would her role be defined then under felony or malice, which it would not, because both of those would require her to have actually committed the actual crime, unless they believe they conspired together. Then they might be able to get to one of those.
Didn't she say in her phone call to her lover that she wasn't covering Scott's ass? She wasn't covering for him, or she's not? Didn't she say something like that in the phone call?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I thought she did.
There's so many bloody phone calls where they just discuss shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, really? Was there more than one?
Oh, yeah, there was a
The
few
phone calls.
Yeah, but yeah.
I only listened to the one that he was asking
The
her
rusty
about.
one.
Yeah.
Where he agreed to change his statement, like.
He was saying something. Well, she said something to the effect of the.
You screwed me over, mate. That's what she said.
The body shouldn't have been so damaged, or something like that. I can't
If
remember.
there was a conspiracy for her to have harmed him, and then Scott does this, and then they feel like felony would be the pathway to that. Thank you, Under Your Scars. Really appreciate that. She's Under Your Scars says, thank you for the coverage and explanations. Hope the babies are all good. When's Ty on next? Well, there could be some information coming out on Ty very soon.
Yeah, he's better than me.
So hold on that. Just there's some things that could be coming down the pike. But we're just waiting to hear on some things that may be happening. So we might have a lot happening right now, especially this coming weekend. So
like the podcast.
And yeah, so that's what I think. I think it's possible that
You want me to type it in his chat?
No, I things going on there. Absolutely, Under Scars. So I definitely we definitely are hoping that there's going to be some big news coming very soon on that front.
I'm waiting on a FOIA request. So the person that I've asked hasn't gotten back to me, because I can't do it from here. It won't let me. You need a US address to make this FOIA request. And yeah, so I've asked someone else, and I haven't heard back. I've actually asked Udahef to see if he knows how to do it. I've got all the information.
Oh, okay.
I've got everything, but to actually submit it, you need a US address.
US address, yeah.
You can't put in the Australian zip code; it won't let you. So yeah, so Steve's waiting on me for this information. Oops.
Lots going on there in that case.
Yes, it is.
But I don't know. We're going to see. It's going to be very interesting, because there's a lot of different things the jury could be doing. But the fact that they wanted to hear all of the explanations means, I believe this means they have found her or determined her to be guilty of something. And I think they are understanding that they're not going to just go across the board here. And that that right now what you're seeing is you have a divided jury. And I think what they're going to start doing now, and again, I was on a jury where it was a divided jury. When it started out, it was 10-2 for guilty of the highest offense. And then we ended up with guilty, but it was a lesser offense. And we didn't know what the penalty would be, although I had an idea. But it was not shared in the jury room, because that really has no bearing. But the individual walked out of jail that day. because of what the verdict was. So for the defendant in that case, it was as if it was not guilty, but there was a going down and trying to understand the charges and matching it up when we realized we were all going to be a distance away. And then it was, okay, where would we be comfortable going? Because we all are.
That's what I was trying to explain in the Sarah Boone case, how they were trying, how I don't feel that they met the second-degree murder charges with having to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the depraved mind, the intent, and the willful disregard. I mean, they had probably two, but I couldn't find the intent. Well, the intent's hard because it can
I don't know.
be,
Once she
it can be 2 hours or it can be a split second.
Once she started hitting him with the baseball bat, though, was the one thing that kind of took it over the line. You know what I mean? If she had just left him in the suitcase to die.
Yeah. If he's triggered her into that, if she really was suffering from battered wife syndrome, and that what he said triggered her emotional response to use that bat, is that justifiable use? Do you know what I mean? That's where that line's really hazy. And look, no, I don't like her whatsoever, but I just couldn't differentiate between the two, and I still can't.
I agree, we're not comfortable with a not
Mental
guilty.
health is very
And
hard.
that's probably where they're at here. It's where I'm at. It's where I would be at if I was on this jury. I think it's a hard pill to swallow that they would say, let this
I've looked
lady
on a
just
few other
walk out.
streams that have had polls, and most of them are sitting at the 80% of guilty all charges.
Really?
Yeah.
I reckon it'll be a hung jury.
Yeah.
Because that just takes out Russie's whole thing. That destroys the entire state's case. That's got to weigh heavy on that jury back there, which is why I believe they will settle on we don't know, but we think she covered something up at a minimum, and that would have been part of covering up the body, would have been assisting Scott in covering up the body, getting the body burned, engaging in the cover up she did for the 3 days or the 2 days after this until they found the body in the burn pile. I believe it can actually. Let me see here, but I don't think they opted for a death penalty jury here. It can, but I don't believe this is a death
Where is
jury.
Georgia.
Let's see.
Georgia, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand that, Joyce.
Yeah, that was just,
That's us.
So, yeah, it is up to death, imprisonment for life without parole, or imprisonment for life with parole after a certain period of time. From what I'm looking at. However, I don't believe this jury.
Has she been held on? Is she out on bond, or is she being detained? Is she incarcerated?
I don't
she been in
know.
jail this whole time, or?
I don't know.
Neither do I. I've only caught it.
So malice unaliving is punished by death, imprisonment.
She's on bond, Teresa just said that.
For life.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they probably put the house up as security.
Life would mean that I believe in Georgia it's 30 years that she has to serve. So for her, that's a life sentence regardless. But I believe in this case that this jury that the state took the death penalty off the table. Okay. And the reason why I believe that is because, and I could be wrong on that, but I thought I read that they opted not to make this a death case.
They would have announced.
Now, there's benefits to a death case because when you have a
easier to get off,
it's more favorable to the prosecution because you have to anybody that is unwilling to do the death penalty is taken off the jury, and that's just helpful to the state. All right, here we go. I think we might be back, guys. Let's see what's going. What are they doing? Coming out of whatever they're doing. So I don't know the jury box, or for those. Unfortunately for Melody, she better get her toothbrush ready.
Oh dear.
Because I believe if she gets convicted of anything today, she's going to jail. So, and I think this is a strong indication that they're coming back with some form of a guilty verdict. Now, obviously, it's to her benefit to get, probably, in my opinion, right now, if I'm her and if I'm her defense, I'm telling her, listen, let's hope for a mistrial here, because no, that wasn't the jury. That would see the press went through separately. So that was not the jury. They had already been through. They showed the jury's bus and on
Come on.
maybe they
Get on with it.
The chat. And right now, I see nothing in the chat over there that she's not going to have Rusty. Let me tell you, it's a, many might listen to those jail calls and think, oh, she was okay being behind bars. She wasn't really bothered by it. Well, let me tell you, it's a totally different scenario when you talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, Kim, you should have time to run to the grocery store, I think. So I think if you wait until noon, they're going to be at lunch for like noon to 1.
We'll come back to
I
this.
think he wanted to get them out.
Yeah, because it's nearly noon now, isn't it?
And then after
Over there?
that, it's a 30-minute notice. So even if a verdict comes
Okay,
down, they're
30
going
minutes. I'll keep my eye on it.
Yeah, because
We'll
they
get back
do have to
you.
give a 30-minute notice because the judge has got to come from his golf game. Or it could be his poker game.
There we go.
1 minute, please, John.
It's one zip.
No further questions, John.
Thank you. Sergeant Coleman, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Good. Just got a couple of questions. You're more technologically advanced than I am.
I don't know.
Well, I call my daughter in college for computer help. So
I understand.
in terms of collection of cell phone information,
Yes, sir.
my understanding
About 5 hours.
is there's a computer program which you know how to operate.
Yes, sir.
I think your words were you plug it in and let the machine do its thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your job is to be the technical guy who is able to download that stuff, for lack of a more precise term.
Yes, sir.
And then provide it to the detectives for interpretation.
Yes.
Okay. And you used a phrase in terms of the videos that we've been talking about for the last few minutes. Out of frame. Tell us what that means, please.
When I say out of frame, I meant
Later.
frame of the physical television.
Okay. So if it's out of frame, anyone who's looking at it, trying to interpret it, can't really see what's going on.
That would be correct.
You said that most of the video, at least that I think I watched, other than the references of where cameras were, the actual video of cars really moving and things was pretty dark.
It is dark in there at night. Yes, sir.
And I think we were talking about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the vehicles that you've seen, at least the ones that I saw, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong.
Pictures taken essentially from the dumpsters.
Yes, sir.
Now, zooming in on that, at slide 33, what are we looking at there over the window?
So right above the window is a
Camera.
Video camera, and it stores. It's not the kind of video camera that has a central storage area. It has what's called an SD card, and I think of it as a little hard drive.
Mhm.
Okay, you pull it out, you can put it in a computer, and then watch the video. It doesn't have its own computer with it. It was explained to me by the manager of a mobile home
This is
park.
what I did with Ty's case. I actually went onto Google Maps and dropped a pin out the front of the treehouse and did a 360 and counted how many
Cameras were there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not one of them. There is like 6 different cameras that would have had a perfect angle of who came and went, and yet they chose
And they never went and
the
got
rear
it.
camera of the marine place where it's covered by the canopy as it was grainy as shit. And the problem is the owner of that marine place, he let the police in there and said, yeah, knock yourself out, go and help yourself to whatever you want. So he didn't supervise what they were doing, and that is the only thing that they took of all of the cameras. He had 2 out the front And the business next door, which was directly in front of the treehouse, had one right on the pole above the front, which would have looked straight in. And nobody, and two at the pharmacy across the road.
Unbelievable.
Yep. They all got lost. Or they asked for the wrong
Oh.
things. Yeah.
That they own that camera, but that the man that actually owns the trailer allowed them to keep it there. They were not sure if it worked or not, but obviously because of its proximity, we were very interested in it. We were given permission to take the camera by the property management. We looked at the camera. We took the SD card out. I could use the term corrupted. This camera is not made for outside, and we all live in Savannah. It's humid, it's hot. This is not a ruggedized camera, and we were not able to pull any images or video from this camera at all.
Did you, once you had taken a crack at it, did you give that camera or the SD card in it or both to the FBI?
Yes, sir, I did.
To see whether they could do any more than you were able to do it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you mentioned it's not designed for outdoor use. Is it an indoor camera?
It's an indoor camera.
And is it something like it had been put up by the manager to deter illegal dumping?
That's what she explained to me.
Okay. Just to be clear, was this something, we watched a bunch of video from like the commercial system.
Oh, I wonder if they got the police in this camera.
And all that
Yeah.
and everything,
Oh.
barring the timestamp issue. Was this camera a part of or tied into that, commercial system?
No, sir, it was not.
Something totally different.
Yes.
And you guys took it and did what you could with it.
We did what we could with it. Yes, sir.
But you were ultimately not able to recover any footage from it from the night of the 4th?
I was not, no, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
And that SD cards can corrupt quite easily.
Thank you. You may step down and you're excused.
I think they're going to lunch now.
No, I love it when it's on 1.5 and he walks off really fast.
It's a great break. It's 12:15.
Yeah.
Let's break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:15. We'll come back in an hour. I understand that you're having lunch here up in the snack bar area. We'll get back, get started. No worries. We're not going to go extremely long today. Okay. I figured I'd break it to you, but
If that ends up happening.
No
objection to that.
okay, let's take a break. We'll see y'all in an hour. Well, 1 hour. Okay, we're in recess. No discussion, no research, please.
Right, lunch was our magical and can teleport
Ta-da!
us into the future. Ta-da, look.
Wave is the magic wand.
Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Oh, Superman.
Superman.
What's the Superman?
See, there's
thing?
no gallery. See, there's no gallery on that side.
Oh, there's just no people watching it. There's no one there to support her. Your side. That's the audio and visual.
That's
Right.
low.
Raise your hands. Yeah, this is checking the court and jury trial position. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Or the chipmunks, Elizabeth.
Detective Randall Noble. I think.
What? Oh, the name. His name.
Yeah, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Detective Randall Noble.
And how do you spell your version of Randall?
Randall spelled Randall.
And normal spelling of Noble, N-O-B-L-E.
That is correct.
All right, where do you work?
I work with Chatham County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
I've been with the department for 6 years.
And where are you from?
Originally raised in Enterprise, Alabama.
How did you end up in the Chatham County area?
I joined the military after college, stationed at Hunter Army Airfield.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to UAP.
Did you get a degree there?
Yes, in criminal justice.
Okay. What'd you do in the Army?
I was infantry.
Did you deploy?
Yes.
I did do deployment, Afghanistan.
And you said you joined the Chatham County Police when?
I joined them 2018.
Was that shortly after you got out of the Army?
Yeah, it was a smooth transition. I would say it was about 2 months right after ETS. I got out of the military. I joined up with the department.
What was your first position at the department?
I was a patrol officer.
And are you now a detective with the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, sir.
When did you join CID as a detective?
I've been a detective for about 3 years.
So you were a detective in October of 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5th, 2022. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you respond at some point to the house at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
How did you know to go out there? Did somebody tell you to go out there?
Either Sergeant Dennis, Sergeant Solomon, I don't recall which supervisor, but typically when we get call outs, especially during the duty day, we responded to 535 Buckhalter.
Now, we've heard some testimony, we've seen some body worn camera still frames showing you and Detective Wilkins getting there at roughly the same time. Him maybe a little bit earlier than you. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes, Detective Wilkins arrived before I did on scene.
And were you second on scene for CID?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us generally what was going on there when you arrived?
When I first arrived on scene, I met with Lieutenant Foster, who was head supervisor on scene at the time, and he basically just gave me the rundown exactly, who is he talked to and what situation we're dealing with.
Now, what was Wilkins' responsibility out there? What was he doing?
At the time, he interviewed Leilani.
And what did your role become upon your arrival? What were you doing out there?
So after I talked with Lieutenant Foster, I met up with Detective Wilkins, who was already speaking with Leilani. And then after he conducted his interview, I had a brief interview with Leilani while Wilkins was right there.
Now, were you involved in coordinating the transport of Leilani Simon, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin to Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, sir.
And is that building in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in the transport?
I took Leilani to the precinct.
What type of vehicle did you take her in?
At the time, it would have been my silver Ford Explorer unmarked vehicle.
Now, what's the back seat of that vehicle like?
It's just a normal, for that vehicle, it's just a normal back seat.
It's not like a patrol car with a cage and all that?
No cage, no plastic seating. I mean, it has your seatbelt, your standard seatbelts.
All right, so you gave her a ride.
Correct.
When you got to headquarters, we've heard some testimony that detectives and FBI agents paired up in teams to interview these three people. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Who were you paired up with?
I was Special Agent Solomon.
And who did you and Special Agent Solomon interview?
We interviewed Danny.
Okay. Was he cooperative during October 5th?
Yes.
And at some point, did he give you consent to go through his phone and to download his phone?
That is correct.
All right. Did you also conduct an interview with Joe Swain when you were there?
Yes, after we interviewed Danny, I conducted an interview with Joe.
And who is Joe Swain in relation to the defendant?
Joe would be Leilani's older brother.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 3 and identified as still frames from Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera. Specifically, slide 18. Okay. Do you see Joe Swain in this image? Is that him behind the truck there?
Yes, I believe that's him.
Okay. So he was at the scene at some point and came to headquarters?
Yes, he was on scene.
Okay. And did he have any relevant information to provide? He didn't live in that house at the time, did he?
No, what he provided that he moved out 6 months prior to this incident.
What do you
Did
mean?
he have any relevant information to provide to you?
What's happening? What's happening? Oh, this happened. Sorry. It's not nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. So
Randy, but was it your birthday present,
early
Elizabeth?
October, Elizabeth. Yeah, because I
5th
said
of
you
October.
had a celebration video. Yeah, 5th of October. And my mum's was just last week, and my daughter's is next week.
Do you all know that assisted you in the investigation?
Yeah, so the initial interview, he thought it was odd that Leilani would blame Henry.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you just about the ADT records, okay?
Okay.
Did he have access on his phone to ADT records pertaining to the house?
Yes.
Tell me why did he have access to that?
To my knowledge, he had access because he's the one who set up the account for Billy Joe, the owner of the residence, and he still had access because he would access it for her.
And tell us about this ADT system, what you know of it.
So the ADT
this is the
records
house
he provided
too.
was basically like
Yeah.
similar to like a phone log. There were sensors on the doors to the living room, the front door, and the dining room. This is what it was labeled in on the records. And each time the door would open and close, it was time-stamped. And he had a screenshot version as if you were to check your bank records, you could see your statements. Well, he had a screenshot version of actually being able to access what day to look at the sensors.
Was it like an app on his phone?
Yes, that's correct.
And was he able to show that to you and sort of walk you through what doors had opened and closed when?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there any particular, and let me just make clear, are you talking to him about this on the scene or at headquarters?
No, so he provided the screenshots. He sent them to me via text while I was on scene executing the search warrant. This happened after the interview with Joe.
Oh, okay, so it's after headquarters, you've gone back to the scene.
Correct.
All right. Was there any particular door activity at this time that was of interest to you that he provided?
Yes, at the time he provided a screenshot of the front door, which when we responded initially on scene, Leilani stated she woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning, approximately 9 o'clock in the morning. And then I was provided a statement from Danny when I interviewed him with Special Agent Solomon that he received a phone call from Leilani at 9:14. And initially at this point in the investigation, her statement was she woke up, the door was open, she searched, and then she called Danny. Well, when I was provided the ADT records, it showed the front door opening at 9:22 a.m., which conflicted with Danny and Leilani's statements.
Now, did you follow up with ADT, the company, in search of official door sensor records from them directly?
Yes, I executed a search warrant for ADT to get certified records.
And did they turn around responsive records to you?
That is correct, yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 58?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the search warrant.
The search warrant you sent to ADT?
This is the one I mailed to ADT, that is correct.
When did you get that search warrant? When did you obtain it from the judge?
I obtained it. Can I look at my report?
Would it help to just look at the warrant? I mean, wouldn't the warrant have a date on it? Or?
I mean, it was signed the 14th day of October, but I just want to make sure the day I mailed it out.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so October 17th, 2022 is when I mailed it.
Okay. And did they give you responsive records after receiving that search warrant?
Yes, sir. On October 27th, I received an email by Stacy Wise providing me with the records that were requested.
Now, the records that you got from them, what do they look like? What's the format?
So the format is basically she provided a business record certification stating that she's the one who pulled the records. And then the format is what I requested were the days from September 28th to October 5th. And it's pretty much just a timeline of since September 28th when, well, I'll just look at it real quick. From the point that the dining room door opened at 5:12 in the morning to all the way up to the point of 10:05:22 where the door opened at 23:56 p.m.
So that all the way through the evening, like
Correct.
that time of October 5th. So, what was it? I didn't catch the opening date, like a week's worth of records or something.
I requested from September 28th to October
Not
5th
like
of
a
2022.
Dylan.
So a week.
Mhm.
I'll be back.
And do those records
Okay.
show when a given door opened, like open and closed, kind of all in the same go, or just open, or just closed after having been open? Can you tell all that from those records?
Yes, sir.
Is there something about cameras at that residence associated with the system?
So there are cameras supposed to be with the system, but the cameras weren't activated.
They weren't working that day?
No, ADT was not able to recover any camera footage.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant and some other people told you the cameras at the residence weren't active during the relevant time frame?
Correct.
Now, these ADT records, again, the format of what you got, what does it look like? It's like columns or a spreadsheet or what?
I'd go with it's a spreadsheet. You go from left to right. It'll give you a monitor or message, which would be a monitor is actually the door sensor moving. The message is when the system itself is doing a self-check to say, like, the sensors are still working. They still can reach a camera or whatnot. And then it will go into how they would describe each sensor. For this sake, sensor 1 was described as front door. Sensor 2 was described as dining room. And sensor 3 was described as living room.
Your Honor, at this time, I would introduce in the evidence States Exhibit 58 and 50. 59 is the ADT records that you got back.
Yes, sir.
All right, I would introduce States 58 and 59.
Having reviewed both, Judge, no objection.
Those are admitted.
Now, let me ask you this. You get these records from ADT, and I understand that you said they have a business record certification with them. We have heard I think, some interview footage of the defendant claiming that the front door sensor wasn't working properly at the time, or something along those lines. Did you? do
Yeah, I
anything
think
yourself,
cameras wouldn't have been a good idea for them.
To ascertain, to verify whether these records are reliable, whether the statements in the records about when a door opened or closed is something that you can rely on and seems to be true.
Yeah, so what I did, I reviewed BWC footage from the officers that were on scene, and given the doors being open so actively, I thought it was a good source. Well, our BWCs, they're also time-stamped as well. I was able to timestamp one of the officers, Officer Jepson, when he walks into the house with Danny. It was the dining room door at 10:01, and then it correlated with his BWC. Also, there's another when Lieutenant Foster was messing with the front door at 10:16. I was able to review Voss's BWC, which corroborated with it was timestamped 10:16 as well.
Okay. So after cross-checking opening and closing of the door that you could see on some of these responding officers' cameras against the entries that you're seeing in the ADT records, do you believe those records to be accurate and these sensors to have been working properly at that time?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that these records are in like kind of a spreadsheet format. Have you done anything to create a visual aid to show the jury when the various doors in this house open and close, or just opened, or just closed after having been opened?
Yeah, the PowerPoint was created with a layout of the house, and then the front door, living room door, and dining room door is labeled through slides indicating when one door was open and closed and one door was open, vice versa.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 60, or perhaps it's just a disc? I don't remember.
It's labeled ADT PowerPoint. It's 60, yes.
All right. Now, have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it contain the presentation that you've just described?
That's correct.
And do the contents of that presentation accurately reflect what the ADT records themselves say?
Yes.
Do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer States Exhibit 60 at this time and ask permission to publish it.
No objection, Judge.
60 is admitted and you may publish.
Now, do you agree with me that this presentation is not the most exciting thing in the world?
Absolutely.
All right, you ready to rip through it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at on the first slide?
So from my right to your left, this is Leilani and Danny's room. You want to get a little closer?
Yeah, you can step down if you want to just
So
step.
this is Leilani and Danny's room. This is the first floor of the house. I don't have the second floor. And all we're caring about is the front, dining room, and living room door. Front door will be right. These right here are just windows. I know they look like doors, but it's just the way they lay out. Front door will be right here. Dining room door right here, and the living room door is going to present itself right here. And the stars are actually where the doors would be.
And is each successive slide going to represent essentially an entry from these ADT records?
Correct.
Now, the first entry, what is the date and time for this? For each of these, why don't you just tell us the date, time, and what door is showing activity and what that activity is, okay? So we're on slide 2 here.
Okay. So we're going to start with October 4th. This is going to be 4:16 p.m. Down below is when the dining room door opens and closes.
Slide 3.
It's October 4th at 4:28 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 4.
October 4th at 4:40 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 5.
October 4th at 4:43 p.m. The dining room is opening and closing.
So still like mid to late afternoon at this point.
Correct.
Slide 6.
At 5:29 on October 4th, the front door is closed.
Now, can I presume from that there was an earlier entry showing that door being open but not closed?
Yes, the presentation didn't go far back enough, but on the ATT records do reflect that the front door was opened prior and was not closed, and that's why it's just now showing it closed.
Okay. Slide 7.
On October 4th at 5:45 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 8.
At 17:52 on October 4th, the front door is opening and closing, along with the dining room door is opening and closing.
Now, does this mean that these events happened at the exact same time, or does it mean something different?
No, it happened within minute. It happened within the minute. The AT records does not break down seconds. So there will be repeated like front door opening and closing at some times. That's why it will reflect. There's further into the presentation, there'll be another slide like this, but it only would break down 5:52 between, 5:52 that both these doors opened before 5:53 hit.
And closed as well, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that where there's no special notation, that each of these stars represents the door opening and closing in the same entry?
Yeah, so for the most part, a lot of the entries, we use basically the blinking star. It's common. You open the door, you close it right away because you're just going through. So just the blinking star means opening and closing.
Okay. And does this presentation specify where a door is open but not closed?
That is correct.
Slide 9.
October 4th at 5:55 p.m., the dining room is opening and closing.
Slide 10.
October 4th at 6:26 p.m., the door is left open.
Which door?
The front door, sorry.
All right. And so this time the door is open but not closed.
Correct.
Slide 11.
On October 4th at 6:44 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 12.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 13.
On October 4th at 7:19 p.m., the front door is open and closed.
Slide 14.
On October 4th at 7:43 p.m., the dining room door is open and closed. On October,
This is, just for the record, this is slide 15.
on October 4th, 7:46 p.m., the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 16.
October 4th at 7:59 p.m., the door is left open.
Which door?
The front door.
Slide 17.
On October 4th at 8:41 p.m., the front door is closed.
And that was after having been left open on the previous slide.
Correct.
Slide 18.
On October 4th at 9:41 p.m., the front door is open.
Slide 19.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 20.
On October 4th at 10:11 p.m., the front door is open.
Slide 21.
On October 4th at 10:22 p.m., the front door is still open. And then the dining room door is open and closed.
And Your Honor, I will note for the court, at this time, we've introduced this exhibit only on a disc. I do intend to print a paper version of this presentation and add it into evidence at a convenient time so that the jury will have it during deliberations, so that they don't have only the disc to be able to look at it.
They're going to be using any objection to that?
Your Honor, I would object when the time comes. Let's just get to that point first. And I'll state all those reasons why later.
Oh. You may proceed.
All right, this is slide 21. I don't remember whether you addressed this one or not yet. Can you tell us again what this?
Yes, on October 4th at 10:22 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room door was open and closed.
Slide 22.
At October 4th at 10:36 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Window brush was what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 86. On page 5 of this exhibit, there's a text message that has been identified in prior testimony as being from Daniel Youngkin to the defendant, sent at 10:38 p.m. on October 4th. Can you read what that message says?
It says Paul showed up and is going to bed.
So would this opening of the dining room door seem to correlate with that message?
Yes, sir.
Slide 23.
On October 4th at 11:13 p.m., the front door is still open and the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 24.
On October 4th at 11:58 p.m., the front door is closed.
Slide 25.
On October 5th of 2022 at 1 o'clock in the morning, the living room door is opened.
No. Let me go back to the last slide, slide 24. What's the time on slide 24 and what door is active here?
The front door is closed at 11:58 p.m.
All right. So between 11:58 p.m. when the front door closes and the next slide, 1:02 a.m. on the 5th when the living room door opens, was there any other door activity in the house?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Now let me ask you about this living room door here. Did you look through the records to see how frequently this door is used?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Through September 28th to October 5th, this door was, well, I take that back. Up to the point of when we arrived on scene, the living room door was opened only 8 times.
Okay. Had it been open any other time that you know of on October 4th?
Not that I'm aware.
Slide 26.
On October 5th at 1:03 a.m., the living room door is closed.
Slide 27.
On October 5th at 1:07 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 28.
October 5th at 1:10 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 29.
On October 5th at 1:26 a.m., the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 30.
On October 5th at 1:39 a.m., the dining room is open and closed.
Slide 31.
On October 5th, 2 o'clock at 2:01 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 32.
On October 5th at 2:04 in the morning, the dining room door is opened.
Slide 33.
On October 5th at 2:36 in the morning, the dining room door is closed.
Slide 34.
On October 5th at 5:44 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 35.
On October 5th at 5:47 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed.
Slide 36.
On October 5th at 9:22 a.m., the front door is open.
And is that the entry you were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
The 9:22 opening of the door that would have been several minutes into the defendant's phone call to Daniel Youngkin?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we've been going through this thing pretty quickly, but that door had been closed for many hours at this point, right?
Correct.
37.
On October 5th at 9:30 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
So whoever opened that door at 9:22 left it hanging open.
Correct.
Slide 38.
On October 5th at 9:33 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
Slide 39.
On October 5th at 9:36 in the morning, the dining room door is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And slide 40.
On October 5th at 9:39 in the morning, the dining room is open and closed, and the front door is still open.
And it's sometime not too long after that the police show up.
Yes, sir.
Now, on October 6th, day 2, were you involved in some follow-up investigation pertaining to Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, sir.
And again, you were paired up with him.
Special Agent Solomon.
Did you all go out to Danny's place of work?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what that place was?
It was Eclipse Warehouse. That's where he worked out over at the Parkway.
All right, in Fort Wentworth.
Correct.
Did you all interview Dave Mullins?
That is correct.
And did you all get timesheets for the defendant, Paul, and Danny?
Correct.
Did y'all ask them to provide you with surveillance footage?
That is correct.
And what were y'all looking for in that surveillance footage?
And then,
what were y'all wanting to see?
in the initial interview with Danny, he described how he reacted when he received the phone call from Leilani, which he was at work when he received the phone call. So acquiring the surveillance footage would just corroborate how he acted and when he left work and when he arrived on scene.
And have you seen that footage?
No, sir.
Oh, you actually haven't seen it?
No, sir.
Who got it or who received it from?
It would be Special Agent Solomon later on. He did not present it to us while we were both on scene.
Okay. Now, you were the point person for tracing the trash, I guess.
Correct.
Can you tell us about how you came to be assigned to do that?
So initially, after we did the interview with Danny's boss, we all collaborated at the FBI headquarters, and basically everyone had assignments that day, and we brought back the knowledge that we had, and then we sat down at the table, and it was when Brad disclosed when Leilani visited her friend at Azalea that she never visited Leilani. So it drew up a red flag of why exactly did she go to Azalea Park if her alibi was speaking with Misty. And so that's why we focused the next morning on the Azalea.
Did you have a little wee walk
At the
too?
time of this meeting,
You didn't read the private chat.
Correct.
This is
did y'all
boring.
have At that point, were you aware of
Yep.
the footage from
Yeah.
Azalea as well? At that
Did you read the private chat or not?
Oh no.
My bad. This guy's boring. Is he? Is he not doing anything?
I think he's boring. What do you guys
What is
think?
it for? Just what's his testimony for?
Just they're going on about all the cameras that he couldn't get stuff from, and some that he did get stuff from, and what cameras did he get stuff from, and
That's all paperwork.
yeah,
Nobody else
basically.
did.
No.
All right. Skippity doo dah.
Skippity day.
Yeah. My oh my. Gotta love a ghosty. Oh, he looks all right. Hello. How you doing? Mr. Taylor Burns, FBI.
Sure. My name is Taylor Burns. I'm a special agent with the.
Did he testify in another case that I went, hello? Was that you, Tricia?
You fell asleep on slide 37. I was a bit like that. I'm actually working on an avatar.
I'm sure this guy has testified in another trial that I've watched, and I said the same thing. Hey, how you doing?
The FBI.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from South Carolina originally.
And
What's
can you
his
tell us
name?
a little bit about your education?
Taylor Burns. I'm gonna have to look
Sure.
that up.
Prior to joining the FBI, I obtained a bachelor's degree at the University of South Carolina in information technology.
And when did
I've got
you
a
graduate
bachelor's
from South Carolina?
I believe it was December of 2013.
Did you go right into the FBI?
I did not. While in school and then for a few
Yes.
years out of school, I worked in the athletic department doing computer work for the department for about 2 years prior to joining the FBI.
And can you briefly describe the process for you of joining the FBI and becoming a special agent?
Yeah, absolutely. So I applied to the posting on the FBI website, and then got a call back at some point a few months after to do the first phase of testing for the FBI. Once I completed the first phase, I then was asked to do the second phase of testing, as well as a fit test, an interview, a polygraph, a background check. And then once I got through all of that, I did 6 months of training at Quantico, which was primarily law enforcement training, legal training, tactical training, defensive tactics, really the skills I would need to do the job as an FBI agent. And then once I was in Quantico, I then was assigned to the Atlanta office.
Okay. Did you ever work in Atlanta itself?
I did. So I worked in Atlanta from 2016 until 2022.
And then what happened in 2022?
In 2022, I transferred from the Atlanta office down here to the Savannah office.
Is that a transfer that you asked for or wanted, or just something they told you you were going to do?
No, that was a transfer that I wanted just to get closer back to home.
Okay. Now, does the FBI have authority to get involved in the investigation of reported kidnappings or child abductions?
Yes, we do.
And under that authority, did the Savannah FBI office become involved in the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
Yes, we did.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October, well, maybe it wasn't the morning for you, but October 5, 2022, okay?
Okay.
Did you become involved as early as October 5, 2022?
I did.
Tell us where you were and what you were doing when you first became involved in this case.
Sure. On the morning of October 5th of 2022, I was in the office working, as usual. Sometime mid-morning, one of our other agents, Brad Snyder, who I believe you'll hear from at some point, walked over to my desk and said that there was a missing child out of Chatham County. He didn't really have a lot of information at that point, and our assistance wasn't needed at that point. Later, about noon, I believe, maybe a little bit later, I got a call from Brad again and said that he was going to the Chatham County Police Department Annex to assist and asked that I join him over there.
And did you do that?
I did.
Did you go with anyone else?
So myself and Brad were over there, and then another agent, Savannah Solomon, met us over there as well.
What was going on when you got there?
When I got there, a few of the residents from 535 Buckhalter were at the annex, and they were planning to do interviews at that annex.
This term annex you used, is that synonymous with Chatham County Police Headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. These three residents, were they the defendant, Leilani Simon, her brother, Paul Simon, and Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, they were.
Did you get paired up with a Chatham County detective to interview one of these people?
Yes, I did.
Who were you paired up with?
Detective Sean Wilkins.
And who all did you interview? The two of you interview?
So myself and Wilkins interviewed Paul Simon.
Where did this interview take place?
It was in one of the conference rooms at Chatham County PD headquarters.
And what was the general nature of the questioning of Paul? What were y'all looking to get out of him?
We were looking for just information about his whereabouts during the time or around the time that of Quinton's disappearance, as well as the kind of the day prior, the day of, and just trying to figure out where he was, what he was doing, and those sorts of things.
About how long did this interview last?
It was about 30 minutes or so.
Did he answer all the questions that you asked of him?
Yes, he did.
Were there any questions that he refused to answer or anything like that?
No, there weren't.
What can you tell us about his demeanor, body language, and just general affect during your interview with him?
Paul was very calm, relaxed. He seemed very honest. He was honestly kind of goofy in the interview. There were times that we were laughing, but overall, that was kind of his affect.
Is that just kind of the way Paul is?
It seems so, yes.
Were there any areas of questioning that caused any of that to change or to make him nervous or anything like that?
No.
At some point in the interview, was he asked for consent to go through his cell phone?
He was asked for the passcode to his cell phone, and he provided the passcode.
And was that the only one of these three individuals that you were personally involved in interviewing that day?
In interviewing, yes.
Okay. At any point that day, did you yourself go to 535 Buckhalter Road and visit the residence?
Yes, I did.
At what point in the day was that?
So following the interview of Paul, I don't know exact time, but eventually myself and Savannah Solomon went over to the residence at 535 Buckhalter.
Is it fair to say that the bulk of your involvement in this case was analyzing some of the electronic digital evidence?
Yes, I was involved with the cell phones and just trying to figure out what was going on with those devices at the time.
Now, were you aware on October 5th that all three of the these people's cell phones had been extracted via Cellbrite by Sergeant Coleman.
Yes, I was.
And were you aware that later, a couple days later on October 7th, Deshaun Williams of the Savannah Police Department conducted a gray key extraction on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And were all of those cell phone extractions provided to you?
Yes, they were.
Did you look at them and go through them and do some work with them?
Yes, I did.
One of the things I'd like to ask you about is GPS mapping.
Sure.
Just generally, like a very simple level, what is GPS mapping?
It's just a mapping of points by satellites to identify, a location. For a cell phone, for instance, the location of a cell phone.
Using GPS data, were you involved in determining where the phones of some of these people were on the night of October 4th and the morning of October 5th, and whether those phones made any significant movements during that time frame?
Yes, I was.
Whose phones specifically were you able to do this for?
I was involved in looking for that information from Paul Simon's phone, Daniel Youngkin's phone, as well as the defendant Leilani Simon.
Were you able to do some GPS mapping pertaining to the location and movements of Daniel Youngkin's phone?
Yes, I was.
And what data allowed you to tell where his phone was on the night of October 4th and morning of October 5th, and whether it made any significant movements during that time frame? What's the type of data that you were looking at as it pertains to Danny?
For Danny's phone, it was Life 360 GPS data.
All right. And how did that data get to you?
It was obtained via search warrant to Life 360 by the Chatham County Police Department and then shared with me.
What form does that data come in? What are you actually looking at when you look at records produced by Life 360 or data produced by Life 360?
The records I obtained were spreadsheets that contained latitude, longitude, and then like accuracy measurements. So that's what I received.
And what did you do with the Life 360 data pertaining to Daniel Youngkin's phone?
So I used the tool. It's available to law enforcement to map out those GPS coordinates that were in the Life 360 data on a map, so that I could see where exactly those points were on the map.
Okay. Now, for the defendant's phone, did you also have Life 360 data that you were able to do the same thing with?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any additional sources of location data beyond the data produced by Life 360 for the defendant's phone?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
Yes. So on the defendant's gray key extraction, I obtained GPS data direct from the device itself, which contained location information.
What is the difference between that GPS data directly from the device itself and the data that you got from Life 360?
So the data from Life 360 was information obtained from the application on the cell phone, whereas the data from the phone was direct from the device.
Okay. Now, what did you do with the defendant's Life 360 location data and what I'll call the device GPS data that allowed you to tell where her phone was, whether it had made any movements during the time frame we're talking about?
I utilized the same law enforcement tool to map out both the Life 360 data as well as the device GPS data on a map so that I could see where exactly it was.
Now, as for Paul's phone, did Paul have Life 360?
He did not.
Okay. So is it accurate then to say that no Life 360 data was obtained as it relates to Paul?
That's correct.
Did he have handset, like device GPS, like you talked about for the defendant's phone?
I can't for the life of me find where I've seen this guy before. It's got me buggered. I know I've seen him somewhere, but the only thing that comes up is Taylor's your business, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't there, but I've seen him somewhere.
No relevant GPS data from his device was located.
Okay. So did you do any GPS mapping for Paul's phone?
I did not.
Okay. And that's just because
I didn't have it.
And there's still nothing on the
let
Melody
me ask
Ferris.
you just a couple of overview questions, looking for kind of
They'd be back from lunch by now,
Nothing on
wouldn't
the
they?
Ferris.
before we get into the details of what the results
Yeah, there
were.
should be.
For Daniel Youngkin's
Yeah,
phone,
it's
there's a
12:30
period
there.
of say 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th. What did you determine about where his phone was and whether it made any significant movements?
Sure. So for Danny's phone, on the night of October 4th, from about 10 p.m. until about 5:45 a.m. on October 5th, according to the Life 360 GPS data that we received or we obtained, his phone was at the 535 Buckalter residence during that period of time. At about 5:45, the phone is then observed moving from the residence to Danny Youngkin's workplace, arriving at about 6:15 in the morning, I believe, and then it remained there until about 9:20 or 9:30 that morning, and then it was observed coming back to the residence I don't remember arriving at exactly what time.
Okay. Is it fair to say, we're going to get into more details, is it fair to say that the times that you just gave are kind of approximate?
Yes, they are approximate.
Okay. For the defendant's phone during that same period, say 10 p.m. on October 4th and 10 a.m. on October 5th, what were you able to determine about where that phone was and whether it made any significant movements?
So for the defendant's phone on the night of October 4th, at about 10:30, again, approximate, the phone leaves the residence, drives up to a Circle K gas station at the corner of Ogeechee Road and Chatham Parkway. It remains at the Circle K gas station for a few minutes. It is then observed driving down Highway 17 up to Highway 204 in the area near Arkwright Lane. The phone is there for approximately 10 minutes or so, and then the phone is then observed driving or coming back to the Buckhalter Road residence. I believe it got back about 11:30 or so.
Now, after that trip, did the phone make any other movements that night?
It did. So after the trip to Circle K and Arkwright Road and back home, the phone remained at the house until approximately 1:14 a.m. At approximately 1:14 a.m. on October 5th, the phone is observed driving down Buckhalter Road and then is observed in Azalea Mobile Home Park and then is shown back at the house. And that trip was approximately 15, 20 minutes or so, I believe.
Were you able to observe any period of time during that trip where the phone was more or less stationary at Azalea?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
According to the records, the phone appeared to be stationary for a few minutes at Azalea.
Now, why was it? We've talked about how a cell-right extraction was done on each of the three phones, but we've heard testimony now that the gray key extraction was only done on one, the defendant's phone. First of all, did all three of these people have the same type of phone?
They did not.
Can you tell us what types of phones they had?
Sure. For the defendant, she had an iPhone, and then for Danny Simon and Paul Simon, they had two Android phones, different types of Android phones. I don't have the exact types.
Is there any particular reason that the gray key extraction was
Did you hear that?
done on the defendant's phone?
They called him Paul Hyman, not Paul Simon.
Reiki, primarily at the time, I believe was supported iPhones much more than Android, which is why I believe it went over there to get a more thorough extraction.
Does the iPhone tend to give you more data than some of these other phones?
A full file system extraction of an iPhone, so like what was obtained with Gray Key, did contain more data than the extractions by Celebrite on the Android phones.
Now, you mentioned that 10:30-ish trip that the defendant's phone made included a period in which the phone was had a Circle K stop there for a few minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Is the reason that you followed up on it because you had seen this GPS data showing the phone there?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me about the follow-up?
Yeah, so myself and a task force officer with the FBI visited the Circle K and spoke to a manager there in an attempt to obtain video footage, video surveillance of the location during the time frame that the GPS data was showing the phone there.
It was a trial we watched probably a couple of months ago, Tricia, and I remember going, hello, how you doing? And everyone's going, oh, Jodie's a bit thirsty. And I can't remember what trial it was.
Husband on the woodpile.
The
Melody Farris.
Is he on there?
Maybe.
Well, I just searched what trials he was in, but I'll keep looking. It's driving me nuts. I found his LinkedIn account, but yeah.
So you got to look at Georgia trials.
Can you
on
describe the
his
process
FBI.
of getting that footage?
Sure. So we met with the manager. She pulled up the footage for the time frame we asked on the monitors, and then we downloaded a copy of that footage to a flash drive, I believe, and transported it back to our office.
Did that system appear to be functioning properly as far as you could tell?
As far as I could tell, yes.
And what does it show in terms of, well, let me ask you this. Did you review that footage to see what you could see during the time period that the defendant's phone GPS was saying she was there?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
I observed the defendant driving a vehicle into the parking lot of the Circle K, getting out of her vehicle, walking into the Circle K, going to one of the coolers, obtaining, I believe it was 2 drinks from the cooler, going to the counter, and then departing the counter back to her vehicle and then leaving the Circle K parking lot.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 62?
62, yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, this is a flash drive that contains a copy of the video footage we obtained from the Circle K.
Your Honor, I would introduce State 62 into evidence.
No objection,
All right, now you talked about getting these phone extractions and going through them yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to the details of what else you might have gotten from the phone extractions other than the GPS data you talked about, let me ask you this. As to the GPS plotting that you've described, were you able to produce anything that shows these movements that you're talking about in a visual form that people can look at?
Yes, I was.
All right, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so like I said, I utilized a law enforcement tool to basically import the GPS data from both Life 360 and the defendant's device into the tool, which then mapped out the points on a map. And then you can create essentially a time lapse showing over a time period where those GPS points are then plotted on the map.
Is essentially a video showing dots moving on a map
That's correct.
in the manner that you've described.
That's correct.
Now, other than the GPS data, did you review these cell phone extractions for anything else?
Yes, I did.
What kind of data were you looking for the period of October 4th, October 5th?
We were looking for anything that could lead us to the possible whereabouts of Quinton, anything that would lead us to, a location where we could possibly find him. So, things like text messages, phone calls, those sorts of things around the time of his disappearance.
Did you pull all of the text messages between the defendant and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between the defendant and Paul Simon during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Did you pull all of the text messages between Paul Simon and Daniel Youngkin during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull all the text messages between Daniel Youngkin and Michelle McCarta during the relevant time frame?
Yes, I did.
Were you also able to see, at least for the defendant's phone, device data such as when the phone was locked and unlocked, like on the lock screen, when the flashlight was turned on and off, when the camera was turned on and off, and things like that?
Yes, I was.
Do these items contain timestamps showing when the phone was being used to make calls, send and receive text messages, and so forth?
They did contain timestamps.
Now, we've talked about a number of different categories of things. Your GPS screen capture time-lapse videos, the Circle K video, in text messages and call logs and things like that you were able to find on the phones. Have you prepared a presentation that basically puts all of that together in a chronological order?
Yes.
And this presentation is essentially the story of that night from the perspective of the phones.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you believe that this presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do you see in front of you a disc and a printout marked as State's Exhibits 63A and 63B?
Yes, I do.
Remind me, which one is A and which one is B?
63A is a disc that contains the digital copy of the presentation. And then 63B is a physical printed out copy.
Are these the presentation? This is the presentation that you've prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibits 63A and B.
Give me 1 second. Judge, no objection, except when it comes time later on, we will deal with the continuing witness issue, okay?
Very well. Okay.
October 4th, 2022.
And that's where we're going to pick up.
That's correct.
On slide 2, What are
I'll be
we
right back.
looking at here? If you could first just kind of read from the top of the slide and then describe to us what we're seeing.
Sure. So the top of the slide reads 10:02 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Daniel Youngkin phone text message exchange with the defendant.
Where it says Daniel Youngkin phone there, does that mean that that is the device that is the source of what we're seeing here on the slide?
That's correct.
And given that, now what is the content of the slide? What are we seeing here?
So the content of the slide is text messages exchange between the defendant, whose phone number is 912-547-5275, who has a contact name Lonnie Baby, to Daniel Youngkin's phone number 910-729-1458.
And what time was this message sent?
It was sent at October 4th, 2022 at 10:02:49 a.m. UTC -4, so Eastern time.
Okay, so UTC -4 is equivalent to Eastern Standard Time, at least at this time of year.
That's correct.
And what is she sending in there?
She sends what appears to be 2 selfies, pictures of herself. Sorry.
That's fine. Moving on to slide 3. What are these 2 images?
Those are the 2 images that she sent to Danny.
Slide 4. What are we seeing here?
Slide 4. It's still a continuation of the same text message exchange. There's a response from Danny. It reads, geez. And then a second response, they done? Question, I'm in the bathroom.
Okay, so both of those are from Danny to the defendant.
That's correct.
And slide 5.
Slide 5 is still part of the same text message exchange. Danny sends your eyes, though, with some greater than symbols. And then there's a response from the defendant that reads, yes, I'm done.
And what time was that message at the bottom there sent?
Again, October 4th, 2022 at 10:03 a.m. Eastern time.
Now, this next slide, can you read to us the heading at the top?
Yes, it is 10:15 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. Paul Simon phone text message exchange with Daniel Youngkin.
On this slide here, given that this is from Paul Simon's phone, which one of these bubbles is going to be Paul?
The green bubble will be Paul.
And which one is going to be Danny?
The blue bubble will be Danny.
Can you read to us this exchange, noting that the time that each of these messages were sent, who it's to and from, and all that?
Sure. So Danny sends a text message to Paul that reads, yo, Dave wanted to know if you'd go in at 12. I'm at dentist with Leilani. She just got her tooth pulled. That message was sent at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:40 a.m. Eastern time. Paul then responds to Danny. This reads, yeah, I'll be in. And that was at 10:51 a.m. Eastern time on the same day.
Moving on to slide 7.
So good.
Can you read the heading into the record here?
Yes, the heading on this slide reads 2:32 p.m. to 2:34 p.m. Daniel Youngkin phone text message exchange with Michelle McCarta.
And can you walk us through the contents in the same manner as you did with the last slide? This one's a little harder to make out.
Yes.
For those of us looking at the screen.
So Danny from his phone sent a text message to Michelle McCarta that read, just got home. Leilani just got her top left wisdom tooth removed. I'm going to try to clean for a few while she naps. She's still loopy from mess. Is 4:30 still okay? Danny then follows up with a message that reads meds ***. And then Michelle responds to Danny saying, okay, 4:30.
Do you have some experience going through cell phone extractions and kind of deciphering what messages seem to mean?
I do.
What does that meds message appear to you to be?
It appears to be a correction for a misspelling on the first message.
Moving on to slide 8. What's the heading on this slide?
The heading reads 9:46 p.m. to 10:03 p.m. Paul Simon phone text message exchange with defendant.
And can you walk us through the contents of this slide?
Sure. So there's on the left side, there's a text message from the defendant that reads, can you grab a GAR on your way home, please? And then a second message that has a question mark. Those messages were about 5 minutes apart. And then there's a response from Paul that reads, I got some mini at 9:49 p.m.
All right, I'm going to move on to slide 9 now.
Okay.
What's slide 9?
This is additional text messages from the same group of messages or text exchange. The message reads from from the defendant to Paul, okay, you on the way. Paul then responds in a minute, and then the defendant responds, okay.
Now,
What's he
based on the
got?
context
Does anyone know
of
what
these
he got?
messages, does it appear to you that the defendant is home at this time at least?
At this time, yes.
And that Paul is not?
Based on the text messages, Paul appears to be elsewhere, and she's asking if he's on the way home.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know from the text directly exactly. There's no location indication for the defendant.
Okay. Moving on to slide 10. What is slide 10?
I'm hoping that this guy brings in the phone tapping stuff, because he's got quite a long testimony. There's quite a bit. So yeah, it might come in under him. I'll
Slide
speed it
10
up.
is a screenshot. Here, I'll read the heading. Sorry. 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m. The defendant's phone trip to Circle K in Arkwright Lane. What this is a screenshot from the law enforcement program that I previously discussed, that I used to map the GPS coordinates from the defendant's phone and her Life 360 data. And this is actually a video.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because I perceive.
So it shows you where a car went.
Correct. Yeah.
There's a
Before we
video.
press play on this,
Mm.
can you step down and kind of walk the jury through what
Yeah,
they're going to
where's the
see?
start and where's the finish?
So on the screen here, you see red dots. It's kind of blown or kind of zoomed out, but this is in the area of 535 Buckhalter from the residence. Once we play the video, you'll see these dots start to move, and you'll notice that the dots will move up this way, down. This is Chatham Parkway. Stop here for a moment. This is the corner of Chatham Parkway and Geechee Road. This is where the Circle K that I previously discussed. Then you'll see the dots move down Highway 17, all the way down to 204, go across I-95, and end up about right in here, which is where Arkwright Lane is, as I previously discussed. And then you'll see the dots come back down 204, back down Highway 17, onto Buckhalter Road, and then end up exactly back at where the area of the residence is.
Okay. So this trip is about how long total, then?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. And this is all going to be compressed into a video. That's how long? A minute or two?
It's a very short video. I'd say a minute or two
Okay.
at most.
Can you, when I play this thing, can you stand up and sort of indicate like when the dots start moving, just to kind of orient people? I'm not asking you to stand in front of the thing and walk them across the whole time.
Sure.
But just with your hand, can you, when they kick off and move down, would it be Gerard?
I believe that was Gerard over to Chatham Parkway.
Can you just sort of let us know when that begins?
Sure. Can you pause it for a second? Sorry.
Sure.
One thing I just wanted to point out, in the video, you may see purple dots. When I imported this information, these coordinates into the tool, I color coordinated the device GPS coordinates as red dots and the Life 360 data as purple dots. So that's why there's two different color dots on the screen.
Are they going to be more red or more purple?
More red.
And why is that?
There was more GPS points on the device than in the Life 360 data.
Is it fair to say that the device GPS is like more fine grained than the Life 360 GPS, or it hits more frequently or something like that?
There were definitely a lot more records. I can say that for the device.
All right. So I'm going to thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to hit play again.
And as you can see, the dots move. They're here at the corner of Ogeechee and Chatham Parkway. They make their way down Ogeechee, and then you'll see them pop up over across 95. They're there for a minute, and then you'll see them kind of coming back down Ogeechee onto Buckhalter, and then back here.
All right. Then that entire trip extended from about 10:24 p.m. to 11:10 p.m.
That's correct.
All right. Moving on to slide 11. This actually is a screenshot, right? The still frame.
It is a still frame, yes.
And what does it show?
It shows the time frame that the defendant's phone GPS is at the Circle K.
And roughly what was that time frame?
10:28 p.m. to 10:32 p.m.
Okay, so like the early stages of that trip.
That's correct.
Slide 12. What is this?
So the slide reads 10:31 p.m. defendant's phone Cash App payment. What is shown here is information from the device showing a Cash App payment, and the description is Circle K number 01412 for $7.04 from the device at on October 4th, 2022 at 10:31:18 Eastern Time.
All right, so that payment, does that correlate with the time period that the GPS is showing her at that establishment?
It does.
Now, the next slide, slide 13, what is this?
So again, this is another video. Actually, it's multiple videos in one video that have been stitched together. But this is the surveillance footage from the Circle K gas station.
Okay, and it's been stitched together to show what?
Just the movement, because there were different cameras at the Circle K gas station. So there were interior cameras, exterior cameras, and so there are videos from the exterior that then go into the interior and then back to the exterior, just to show movement through the Circle K.
Now, unless I have binoculars, I would not be able to see the timestamp on that video from here. Can you tell us what the timestamp says at the bottom there?
Yes, it says October 4th, 2022, 10:27:43 p.m.
Does that line up with the GPS and the Cash App?
That it does.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this video now.
Okay.
And actually, before I do that, I guess you've already sort of previewed it, right? I asked you more or less what we see at the Circle K.
Yes.
Let me ask you to do this. When I play this thing and the defendant enters the frame, can you just sort of narrate to us where she's entering the frame so we know what to look for?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
No, you're fine.
We've been going for a little while. Everybody just stand up for a second. Let's just mix it up a little bit.
I like this
Everybody
guy.
just stand up. Okay.
Shake it out. Shake those legs.
Work it out.
Get that body moving. No one's falling asleep on my watch.
Okay.
I wonder if the court order has a raspberry beret.
All right. Do you feel limbered and refreshed?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to hit play on this slide 13. And again, I would ask you to just talk us through what we're seeing.
Sure. So as you see, a vehicle was approaching and parking in the parking lot of the Circle K gas station.
Whose car is that?
The defendant's. The video is still playing. There's just a pause. Sorry, not a pause on the video, but nothing is happening. You'll see here in a second, the door will open and someone will get out of the vehicle. So the video is now showing the defendant getting out of her vehicle, closing the door. She walks out of frame of this camera, and then the additional camera angle from inside. She walks in the door, out of frame on that camera. There's an overview camera at the gas station that shows her going and walking over to the cooler doors. She opens the door. And then you'll see she walks over to the counter.
What is she wearing? A blanket.
You'll see a employee walk up here in a second. She's purchasing some items.
Can you tell what those items are?
So I can tell what appears to be potentially, but I can't say for certain. It looks to me like two natural light beers, but it's hard to see from here. All right, she then leaves out of the frame of that camera, shows the camera of the front door again. I don't know what that was, but she walks out and back to the vehicle. This is from the other exterior camera at a different angle. She then gets back in her vehicle. And then you'll see she backs out and then proceeds to depart.
And where is she headed at this point?
Up to Arkwright Lane.
When the police pull up. Is that a police car that's just...
Now, I'll ask just because we're all looking at it.
Sure.
Does this Savannah police officer here have anything to do with this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Probably just getting some coffee or snacks or something.
Maybe.
Okay.
He's gone in for his donuts.
And now you'll see the vehicles now departing from the Circle K.
Moving on to slide 14. What are we looking at here?
Slide 14,
Yes,
the heading
15
says 10:30
news.
deaths
Come
at
on.
10:32.
Goes off to the
Phone came
drug
to the defendant. It
dealers.
says Paul showed up and is going to bed.
Yeah,
Stalking and him getting
mhm.
threatened to get ran over. There's a response from the defendant that reads, "I'm about to turn onto 204."
Mhm.
And a little bit of I'm OTW or
Thank
something.
you
And then there's
for
a follow-up
the
message that reads, again from Danny to the defendant, "Thank you for the bit left, BBY. So sweet, no lie."
And when was,
There's a
and what time was that?
10:45. The
The GPS showed that she was at Cartwright Lane.
about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55 p.m.
And how would that relate to the timing of
10
that?
minutes.
I'm going to go back to the last slide. How would that time
It's not long
relate
enough
to
to.
the timing of that message that
I
Danny
don't think
sent
that's
her? I
long
love
enough
you,
to
please
bang
come
someone,
back.
surely. You don't just walk in
It would be
and
about the same time.
drop your axe there.
10:45 message,
Okay,
10:45
good.
to 10:55 at Cartwright Lane.
That's correct.
Moving on to slide 23. What is this?
This is another Cash App payment. The slide reads
You
10:49 p.m.
never
Defendant's
do
phone
that,
Cash
you
App payment.
dickhead. You take
It
cash.
shows that there was a Cash App payment
Gosh,
from the defendant's phone at
who
10:49
plays a drug
p.m.
dealer
October 4th, 2022.
on a
The amount
cash
was
app?
$80. It was completed, and the source was Cash App.
Really?
How far into her 10 minutes or so at Cartwright Lane would that cash app have been sent?
About 4 or 5 minutes.
And so does that mean that?
Not only that, it
phone
gives
is
you
legal
it
showing her
identifies the drug
That's
dealer as well.
Moving
I
on to
wonder if they
slide
got a secondary charge
24.
from him
Can you
for dealing.
talk us through this slide and tell us how the timing of these messages relate to the time frame in which the defendant was at Cartwright Lane?
Sure. So the slide reads 10:51 to 11:10 p.m. Defendant's phone text message exchange with Daniel Quinton. This is still a continuation of the prior messages that we've seen.
Guys,
There's a
she
message
really,
from
she really only needed to bend over, didn't she? Could take all of bloody 30 seconds. Mm-hmm.
Danny to the defendant that reads "or not."
And about 5 minutes before that, he had texted her.
Takes
"Please
over to
come
clean
home
up
so you
after
can
yourself.
That's correct.
All right. She did not reply to that message. Did she?
No, she did not.
All right. So then he says we're not.
Or not. Correct. At 10:51 p.m.
Yeah, we've been through all these.
The defendant phone text reads,
You respond. I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up, and I wanted to watch a movie.
That's right. Wow.
activity of
Isn't it
Danny's
just-
phone. It shows the last two text messages, both the message that he sent to the defendant with Ma, and then her response with Ma to him, and then the next
He's going to stay here.
next line is a
With
message
her
from
today.
Danny to Michelle McCarta that reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle," and that was at 5:20 a.m. on October 5th.
Now the timeline is that you mentioned this is from the timeline. I think.
Yes,
And is this something that you can view in the cell phone extraction? This timeline.
that's correct.
Does it include text messages sent and received?
It does.
Does it include phone calls made and received?
It does.
Things like that.
Yes, it does.
What does this mean then about that 1101 text he sent to the defendant? Well,
About the 1101 message. Sorry, what was that?
is this? Can you tell whether he did anything else with his phone during this time period that registered on the timeline?
Based on the information on my review of his phone, following the 1110 message that he received from the defendant until sending the message at 5:20 a.m. to the babysitter, there was no other activity that I observed for the phone.
And that 1110 message he received from the defendant, that didn't require him to actually do anything, did it?
That's correct. No.
So in terms of what his timeline shows as to things that he himself was doing with his
Yeah, this is what they were arguing about yesterday. Remember, the defense didn't want the salacious text messages to come in between Leilani and the drug dealer, and the judge ruled against it. She said that they could come in, so we might get some a little bit of skank talk.
That's fine. Is it fair to say that there's just like a total gap from 11:01 p.m. to 5:20 a.m.?
Yes.
No, he's probably asleep.
Slide 29.
Slide 29 is a still shot, I guess, of the defendant's phone GPS location utilizing the law enforcement tool showing at 11:10 p.m. or sorry, between 11:10 p.m. and 11:15 p.m. The location of the phone, which is at the 535 Buckalter, or at or around the 530 Buckalter address.
Right, and this is included just to show that, like, roughly at this point she's home by now.
That's correct.
Slide 30. What is this here?
Slide 30 reads 11:41 p.m. Paul Simon phone last activity. It's from what I believe to be a coworker of Paul saying,
Get to the smutty bits.
That's it.
The defense and the prosecution argued yesterday because
table showing
in a
timeline.
pre-trial ruling, the judge said that the the dirty, slutty text messages between Leilani and the drug dealer weren't to come in because they were of not really relevant. They were more prejudicial against the defendant. But they argued it again yesterday because the defense asked certain questions of a witness and it made it look like the boyfriend was like texting Leilani, nagging because he wanted her to bring home the drugs. But it wasn't. It's because they had been intimate prior to her leaving to go to 204, and he wanted to snuggle when she got back, and he was wondering where she was. So they thought that was not fair for the witness. So now they've been allowed to come in. So I'm hoping that we get some smutty texts.
On activity for Paul's phone, it shows the text messages that I just described.
Have you voted in the poll?
Following the last text message at 11:49 p.m. The next item in the timeline is an incoming call at 10:24 a.m. on October 5th, 2022.
75% say yes because she got better discounts.
Yeah, that's it.
Say yes because she needed the self-esteem boost. Little from column A, little from column B. What if he said no?
Billy,
no one thought
Mom,
that he would knock her back.
And then an outgoing call to Billy.
And those
at
calls
10:34.
would be like well into the police response to the residents.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we tell from this end when Paul's last activity on his phone was the night of October 4th?
So there appears to be no further activity after 11:49 p.m. on the night of October 4th from Paul's phone.
All right, and that's about to get. And those
at
calls would be
That wasn't me. You saw my
into
hands.
the police response to the residents.
That's correct.
Oh, I
Can we
better
tell
check
from this
melody.
end when Paul's last activity on his phone was the night of October 4th?
So there appears to be no further activity after 11:49 p.m. on the night of October 4th from Paul's phone.
All right, and that's the time you get that last text message from the coworker that he didn't even respond to.
That's correct.
His last activity that he would have done would have been at what time then?
According to this, 11:49 p.m.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about stuff that not text that he received and didn't.
Oh,
respond
sorry.
to, but text that he sent.
The last message that he sent would have been at 11:41 p.m.
Okay. Slide 33.
Slide 33 reads Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. So transitioning from October 4th, 2022 into October 5th, 2022.
Now, what is this slide here about? 34. What are we looking at here?
Slide 34. The heading reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone camera turned on and off. So what this is information on the phone showing when the camera was turned on and off on the phone. The camera was turned on on October 5th, the morning of October 5th at 1:02 a.m. And then turned off a few seconds later, also at 1:02 a.m.
From your review of the phone, were any photographs taken during that time period?
Not that I observed.
Slide 35.
Slide 35, also very similar, reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone flashlight turned on and off twice. So the first line of the table shows the flashlight turning on at 1:02 a.m. on October 5th, and then turning off a few seconds or about 10 seconds later, also on October 5th at 1:02 a.m.
You can tell me to move on.
Okay, yeah, move on. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Next slide is a continuation of the last slide, and the flashlight turns back on again and then back off.
And how long was it on for that time?
About 9 seconds.
All right, so 1:02 a.m., 2 sessions with the flashlight, I guess, one about 10 seconds and one about 9 seconds long.
Correct.
All right, that's right after the camera is briefly turned on for a second.
That's correct.
Okay. Both of those things are they both accessible from the lock screen of
Yes.
an iPhone?
Yes, they are.
So would that be consistent with someone kind of fumbling around with those two functions on the lock screen?
It could be, yes.
Slide 37. What is this?
Slide 37 reads 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. Leilani Simon phone trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. This is a video of the GPS mapping of the defendant's phone from 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. on October 5th. When you play the video, it'll show the GPS points for the phone moving up Buckhalter Road, up to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, and then back to the residence.
Just so we're in us, maybe it's unnecessary, but just so we're clear, can you step down and just kind of trace for us the route that we're going to see?
Sure. So as you'll see down here, these are the dots for the GPS coordinates in the area near the residence. When we play the video, you'll see both red and purple dots because this does contain both the device location information and Life 360 information. You'll see them start going up Buckhalter Road until it gets to up here where the mobile home plaza is, and then coming back down, back to the residence.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go ahead and play that slide. What's going on right here?
So right here in the video, I took the GPS coordinates. Do you mind if I kind of stand?
Sure, yeah.
If you want to pause it there, that's fine too.
Okay.
So I took, you'll notice over here, I unchecked the GPS coordinates. These are the device GPS coordinates in order to show the Life 360 points because they were kind of hard to see in the video.
Okay.
And then I just clicked on a few to give you the lat long, the date, and time.
I'm gonna hit play again. Let me know if you want to pause it.
Okay. And then if you pause it there, same thing. So I took off the Life 360 data and showed just the phone device data during the time period, which is why you see all of these dots.
All the red ones?
All the red ones. And then I click on.
Let me ask you this: have you been out to Azalea yourself?
I have.
Right. When we first watched the beginning of the video, are you able to get any sense for what kind of route the phone appears to have taken through Azalea?
Yes, it's kind of hard to see because it's so kind of blown or zoomed out. But yeah, you can kind of see what route.
Does it look like it kind of made a loop that goes by the dumpsters?
Yes, it loops in and kind of goes back around and then out. And this is just me ending the recording.
Now, slide 38, what is this?
So slide 38 is just a little more zoomed in picture of the GPS coordinates for both the Life 360 and the device itself from 1:17:22 a.m. to 1:20 a.m. So just that very small time window.
Now, from your review of this and plotting of this GPS data, was there a period of time where the phone appeared to be stationary at Azalea?
There was, yes.
Is that more or less what we're looking at here?
Yes.
All right, what was that time period again?
It was a few minute time period. I don't have the exact, but this time period that I'm showing here is 1:17 to 1:20. So it was like a 2 to 3 minute period.
Would the stationary period have been inside that window, 117 to 120?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe not stationary for that entire time, but the stationary period's in there.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 39, what is this?
Slide 39 reads 1:13 to 1:26 a.m. defendant's phone plugged into charger. So this is information from the phone showing the device being plugged in and the timestamps. The table is kind of upside down. The second line shows that the device was plugged in on October 5th, 2022 at 1:13:26 a.m. And then it was unplugged on same time frame, but at 1:26 a.m. So it's plugged in at 1:13 and unplugged at 1:26.
How does that time frame in which the device was plugged into a charger line up with the time frame of the trip that you just talked about?
It lines up with the device moving from the Buckhalter Road address up to Azalea Mobile Home Park and then back to the residence.
What do you make of that?
I mean, it appears the device was plugged in during that time.
Okay, to like a car charger or something like that?
I believe so, but again, I don't know.
Slide 40.
Slide 40 reads 1:47 a.m. to 2:01 a.m. defendant's phone unlocked. Slide 40 shows a table showing when the device was unlocked at 1:47 a.m.
And does it show when the device locked again?
Yes. So the start time is 1:47 a.m. The end time is 2:01 a.m. So the phone was unlocked at 1:47. Oh, sorry, from the time period of 1:47 to 2:01.
So 14 minutes or so?
Yes.
What does it mean for an iPhone to be unlocked?
That just means either Face ID or PIN code is entered so that you're seeing the phone.
Okay, so it's like looks like this and not like that.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to look at data in the phone extraction in either one of them, Cellbrite or Breaky, and tell anything about what the user of this phone appeared likely to be doing with the phone at this period of time during this like 14, 15 minute period?
Yes, there was some activity. I can't 100% say it was attributed to a user or just the device itself doing things because these phones are on all the time and doing things, both unlocked and locked. But there was Facebook activity during this time frame. I don't have a slide to show that.
Does it appear at least likely to you that the user of this phone during the period of time in which it is unlocked was scrolling Facebook?
There was a lot of Facebook activity, which, based on my experience would be indicative of that. But I can't say for certain.
Okay. Slide 41.
Slide 41 reads 2:01 to 9:13 a.m. Defendant's phone locked. Again, a table showing the lock status of the device. This was obtained in the extraction from the device. It shows the device being locked on October 5th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m. And then it was locked until 9:13 a.m. that morning.
Slide 42.
Slide 42 are text messages from Daniel.
No. Oopsie.
November 18th, 2022.
Were you at the landfill search operation initially at the time that human remains first began to be discovered there?
The first
Any particular unit at Monaco?
yes, but I don't recall what the unit name was.
My bad.
What slide?
Accidentally
So slide
clicked the wrong
50,
thing.
it reads unknown
No,
time,
no,
defendant's
no,
phone,
no.
unsent text message. So on the defendant's phone, we found an unsent text message. The text message read, "Getting some Orajel." However, we couldn't conclusively determine when that text message was drafted.
Have we done that bit?
Just
Haven't,
start
have we?
again from the beginning.
Okay.
Not intentionally, really. It's just
Sure.
tell me if you want me to pause it at any point.
Okay.
We done this bit?
No.
Sorry, I was researching something else.
Yeah, so if you'll pause it there.
Have we seen that?
No, I haven't.
So I skipped it a fair way then, did I?
Yeah,
Idiot.
you did.
To Billy.
No,
And
I've
those
seen
text
that
calls
one.
would be like well into
Yeah.
the police response to the
Seen this
All right,
one,
I'm
yes.
talking about what is this slide here about? 34. What are we looking at here?
Slide 34. The heading reads 1:02 a.m. Defendant's phone camera turned on and off. So what this is information on the phone showing when the camera was turned on and off on the phone. The camera was turned on on October 5th, the morning of October 5th at 1:02 a.m. And then slide 35 also very
Took a photo.
slide, please. Next slide is a continuation of the last slide, and the flashlight turns back on again.
Oh, turn the flashlight on the phone.
Around with those two functions on the last screen.
It could be, yes.
Oh, hang on, that's at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Slide
So
37. What is
all
this?
right.
Slide 37 reads
Using-
1:14.
She's using the torch on her phone. You know?
Oh, right.
Yeah. When she's headed to the dumpster.
Thing of the defendant's phone from 1:14 a.m. to 1:26 a.m. on October 5th. When you play the video, it'll show the GPS points for the phone moving up Buckhalter Road, up to Azalea.
So that's her
Mount
down
Plaza,
here?
And then back to the residence.
Just to orient us, maybe it's unnecessary, but just so we're clear, can you step down and just kind of trace for us the route that we're going to see?
Sure. So as you'll see down here, these are the dots for the GPS coordinates in the area near the residence. When we play the video, you'll see both red and purple dots because this does contain both the device location information and Life 360 information. You'll see them start going up Buckhalter Road until it gets to up here where the mobile home plaza is, and then coming back down back to the residence.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and play that slide. What's going on right here?
So right here in the video, I took the GPS coordinates. Do you mind if I kind of stand?
Sure, yeah.
If you want to pause it there, that's fine too.
Okay.
So you'll notice over here, I unchecked the GPS coordinates. These are the device GPS coordinates in order to show the Life 360 points because they were kind of hard to see in the video.
Okay.
And then I just clicked on a few to give you the lat long, the date, and time.
This is where we're up
I'm going to
to.
play again. Let me know if you want to pause it.
Okay. And then if you pause it there, same thing. So I took off the Life 360 data and showed just the phone device data during the time period, which is why you see all of these dots.
All red ones?
All the red. Yeah. And then I clicked on.
Let me ask you this. Have you been out to Azalea yourself?
I have.
Right. When we first watched the beginning of the video, are you able to get any sense for what kind of route the phone appears to have taken through Azalea?
Yes, it's kind of hard to see because it's so kind of blown or zoomed out. But yeah, you can kind of see.
Does it look like it kind of made a loop that goes by the dumpsters?
Yes, it loops in and kind of goes back around and then out. And this is just me ending the recording.
Now, slide 38, what is this?
So slide 38 is just a little more zoomed in picture of the GPS coordinates for both the Life 360 and the device itself from 1:17:22 a.m. to 1:20 a.m. So just that very small time window.
Now, from your review of this and plotting of this GPS data, was there
Thomas
a period of time
for
stationary
Shit,
today?
There was, yes.
Is that more or less what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. What was that time period again?
It was a few minute time period. I don't have the exact.
Did you hear that? I said the time has come for chicken in a biscuit.
But this time period that I'm showing here is 1:17 to 1:20, so it was like a 2 to 3 minute period.
With the stationary period have been inside that window, 1:17.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe not stationary for that entire time, but the stationary period's in there.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 39. What is this?
Slide 39 reads 1:13 to
I get
1:26
into
a.m.
a
Defendant's
cloud
phone plugged into
project.
charger.
Yeah.
So this is information from the phone showing the device being plugged in and the timestamps. The table is kind of upside down. The second line shows that the device was plugged in on October 5th, 2022 at 1:13:26 a.m. And then it was unplugged on same time frame, but at 1:26 a.m. So it was plugged in at 1:13 and unplugged at 1:26.
How does that time frame in which the device was plugged into a charger line up with the time frame of the trip that you just talked about?
It lines up with the device moving from the Buckhalter Road address up to Azalea Mobile Home Park and then back to the residence.
What do you make of that?
It appears the device was plugged in during that time.
Okay. So like a car charger or something?
Sorry.
Like
I believe
I
so.
know
but
that.
again,
Slide 40.
Slide 40 reads 1:47 a.m. to 2:01 a.m. Defendant's phone unlocked. Slide 40 shows a table showing when the device was unlocked at 1:47 a.m.
And does it show when the device locked again?
Yes. So the start time is 1:47 a.m. The end time is 2:01 a.m. So the phone was unlocked at 1:47. Oh, sorry, from the time period of 1:47 to 2:01.
So 14 minutes or so?
Yes.
What does it mean for an iPhone to be unlocked?
That just means either Face ID or PIN code is entered so that you're seeing the phone.
Okay, so it's like looks like this and not like that.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to look at data in the phone extraction in either one of them, Cellbrite or Breaky?
At this point, he's going.
Help
me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah! Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence. If you ain't first, you're last.
I wake up in the morning and I piss excellence.
what the user of this phone appeared like doing with the phone at this period of time during this like 14, 15 minute period?
Yes, there was some activity. I can't 100% say it was attributed to a user or just the device itself doing things because these phones are on all the time and doing things, both unlocked and locked. But there was Facebook activity during this time frame. I don't have a slide to show that.
Does it appear at least likely to you that the user of this phone during a period of time in which it is unlocked was scrolling Facebook?
There was a lot of Facebook activity, which, based on my experience would be indicative of that. But I can't say for certain.
Okay. Slide 41.
Slide 41 reads 2:01 to 9:13 a.m. Defendant's phone locked. Again, a table showing the lock status of the device. This was obtained in the extraction from the device. It shows the device being locked on October 5th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m. And then it was locked until 9:13 a.m. that morning.
Slide 42.
Slide 42 are text messages from Daniel Youngkin to Michelle McCarta. The text message reads, "Hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle." And then he gets a response from Michelle that reads, "Okay." And that was at 5:20 a.m. and the response was at 5:29 a.m.
Now, per your review of the Life 360 data for him, can you tell us where his phone was during this period of time?
Yeah, during this period of time, his phone was at the residence.
And again, had his phone moved from the residence at any point during the night?
Not during the night of the 4th to the 5th.
Slide 43.
Slide 43 is a video of GPS data, or sorry, Life 360 GPS data for Daniel Youngkin. The slide reads 5:51 a.m. to 6:06 a.m. Daniel Youngkin, Life 360, travel to NFI warehouse. When you play the video, it'll show the Life 360 GPS points initially at the residence or at the area near the residence, and then you'll see him travel up to his workplace, and then during this time period up to his workplace.
Does the route that his phone took on this trip to work, does it go by Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
It does not. So as you'll see, the dots are moving. If you'll pause it here.
Is that good, or do you need?
Yeah, no, that's good. So what this is when Life 360, the data, when they send it back to you, it's basically got a start and end time. And so it shows you a window. And so what you'll see here is, this is the, sorry, can I stand up?
Sure, of course.
This is the end time of this. And you'll see in the video, I'm going to essentially expand this little time window all the way over here. And you'll see a second bullet that shows 141 session end, which basically means from this time period, so from 6:30 that morning until about 9:14, 17, the Life 360 data shows the phone at the same location during that time period.
All right, I did play it. So let me this time.
And I just highlighted that to show that that GPS point stays there during that time period.
All right. So this is just this portion of this screen capture video is just to illustrate that the phone is stationary at work for like 3 hours.
Correct.
Do we need to watch the rest of this video?
You don't have to.
Okay. Slide 44.
Yes.
What is this here?
This is a Google Maps view of the routes from 535 Buckalter Road up to 101 Willowhurst Parkway, which is where Daniel Youngkin was working.
And what is the dark blue one there?
The dark blue on Google Maps is showing essentially the most expeditious route.
Does that appear to be the route that he took for that video?
Yes.
All right.
And by expedition, I mean suggested route by Google Maps is what I should say.
I understand. The next slide, is this just sort of a zoom in on the very beginning portion of that route?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, the dark blue is the route that he appears to have taken for the GPS data, right?
That's correct.
Can you show us where Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is on here relative to the route that he took?
Yes. Do you want me to stand up? So Azalea Mobile Home Plaza is up here, and the route is down over here.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what is the next slide here, slide 46?
This is, again, a prior slide that we've seen showing that the defendant's phone was locked from 2:01 a.m. on the 5th to 9:13 a.m. on the 5th.
And then what is slide 47?
Slide 47 is, I'll read it first. It's 9:14 a.m. defendant's phone call to Daniel Youngkin. It's a call log, export of a call log that shows an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Daniel Youngkin at 9:14:29 a.m. And where it shows 21 minutes and 37 seconds, that was the duration of the call. It says it was answered and just has some other information.
And that calls at 9:14, lasted for 21 minutes. What is slide 48?
Slide 48 is a video, again, of Daniel Youngkin's Life 360 GPS data that I mapped in the tool that I was using for the time period 9:22 to 9:34. In the video, you'll see the GPS points again up near his workplace, and then essentially travel the same route back down to the residence.
Let me know. I'm going to play this now. Let me know if you want to pause it at any point.
Okay.
Does he appear to have taken the same route home that he took to get to work?
Yes, he did. And if you'll pause it there.
Oh, sorry. Is that good, or you want me to advance a little bit?
Well, at the end of the video, I essentially expand that entire timeline to show all of the points. So it kind of shows you the route.
All right. I have just started again from the beginning.
Okay.
Not intentionally, really. It's just.
Sure.
Tell me if you want me to pause it at any point. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so if you'll pause it there. As you can see, it shows, according to the Life 360 data, the GPS locations traveling back down.
What are you doing here in the video?
I was just trying to orient on the location of where the first point's showing.
Okay.
And then I kind of just followed the route down, clicking on the different points to get a time frame of reference where it shows what time those points were.
All right, the first one was at 9:22, right? That's when this, as far as the GPS is concerned, this trip is showing.
Correct.
Did I see that right, that the first point appears to be like some distance from his work?
Yes.
So if he says that he got this call at 9:14 and left more or less immediately, would that be consistent with this first GPS point showing the movement hitting at 9:22, some distance away from his work down the road?
Yeah, it appears based on the Life360 data at that point, he had already left his workplace.
All right, was it en route home?
Correct.
Slide 49.
Okay, slide 49, the heading reads 9:39 a.m., defendant's phone 911 call. Again, this is an export from the call log showing an outgoing call to 911 at 9:39 a.m. on October 5th. The duration is 4 minutes and 1 second, and it shows his answer.
And what is slide 50?
So slide 50, it reads unknown time, defendant's phone, unsent text message. So on the defendant's phone, we found an unsent text message. The text message read, getting some Orajel. However, we couldn't conclusively determine when that text message was drafted.
You can see unsent text messages in these phone instructions?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And this one is from the defendant's phone
To-
getting,
yep.
not ever sent, but drafted.
That's correct.
And it says getting some margin.
That's correct.
Your Honor, unfortunately, there are a couple of other areas that I need to cover with this witness, but I wonder if anybody wants a break at this point.
Hi.
I mean, I'm happy to press forward, but I figured you just finished a long thing. I think to ask. Say again?
Oh, yeah.
It's only 4:05. I hope I'm not out yet. But
Y'all need a short break. Okay, let's do that. The time is 4:05. 10 minutes doesn't quite give y'all enough time, does it? Okay, well, 4:05, let's recess to 4:10. I'll just remind you of the instructions. Thank you.
Jury's exiting.
Thank you. Okay, we're in recess until 4:35. Well, I'm sorry. This is 4:05. We're in recess until.
There we go. So this point looks like there is 7.
All right.
Okay.
All right, everyone, please have a seat.
Probably another 20
Everyone was
minutes.
able to observe the court's instructions? Okay, Mr. Dean.
we have heard some testimony about camera fastened to a mobile home in Azalea, mobile home plaza, like directly across from the dumpsters that was here pointing right at them. And some testimony that the Chatham County Police Department police was not able to pull any footage from the relevant time frame from that camera. Were you involved in any efforts to see what you could pull, what if anything could be pulled from that camera?
Well, I've been playing this at 1.5.
Yes.
How did you get it? How did you get it?
So yeah, I received the camera from Chatham County after they were unable to recover anything during the relevant time period. I then created an image of that and provided a copy to some of our technical folks up at Quantico. And then later that camera and the SD card that was in the camera was then transported to Quantico in an attempt to obtain additional information that is relevant to the time period.
To any particular unit at Quantico?
Yes, but I don't recall what the unit name was.
Does DFAU sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Do you know what that stands for?
I do not.
And what was the result of all those efforts?
There were videos recovered from the device. They were all reviewed. However, it was determined that those weren't videos that were relevant to the time period. They were actually earlier than the time period we were looking for.
Like how much earlier?
Months, I believe.
Okay. Did it appear to you from all this that camera just wasn't operational anymore during the relevant time?
That's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about evidence transport and lab requests to the lab at Quantico. Okay?
Sure.
We've heard some testimony from Special Agent Rajabi that she collected a DNA sample from Henry Bubba Moss Jr. and submitted it to the Savannah FBI office for safekeeping. Were you involved in asking for any lab testing pertaining to this swab from the people at Quantico?
Yes, I was. I submitted the lab request for DNA comparison of that DNA sample.
And what was the first lab request that involved that DNA sample?
I have a copy of the lab reports that I would like to refer to if I could. Just,
Yeah, you need to refresh your memory?
Yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
We want to lay in bed for 2 hours.
So was there
after
one
this
in
to
October?
try and find out.
Yes, October 28th.
Can you tell us what that particular lab request was for at that time and what was
It was the
Yes, it was a request.
where was the Brooke Schuyler trial held?
Yeah, that was 10 years ago.
Hmm.
Don't forget.
I might just
For
have a
DNA
look at my
comparison
history.
for
playlist.
the DNA sample taken from
Who was I think?
Shaver
Shaver?
to a bone that was collected in the
Shaver?
landfill
Oh,
that at
maybe.
the time was believed to be human.
Okay. And we've heard testimony from the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Christensen, that when she looked at that first bone that was sent up towards the end of October, she determined that it was, in fact, not human.
That's correct.
Is that the bone that she's talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is that what she told you at the time in reference to that bone?
Yes, it was.
And going forward from that, did you guys keep looking?
Yes, we did.
Okay. How did Henry Bubba Jr.'s DNA sample go up to Quantico at that time?
So it was transported by one of our agents in our office, Special Agent Brian Giovannini. Originally, I was supposed to be the one to transport that. However, he was going up to Quantico for another matter, and it was transported by him instead.
How did he accomplish that?
So the item was collected from our evidence room, packaged in a box, and then transported physically by Special Agent Giovannini to the lab.
And was it taken along with the Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample?
Yes, the DNA sample was taken up there, as well as the bone that was determined not to be human.
Okay, so at that point, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s DNA sample is up there.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, later, did you guys find some actual human remains in the landfill?
We did.
Okay. And what was the date of that?
November 18th, 2022.
Were you at the landfill search operation initially at the time that human remains first began to be discovered there?
The first, at first, no, but as soon as we had heard that possible human remains were found, we went over to the landfill, so I went over there.
And did you get eyes on what had been found at that point?
Yes, I did.
And were you involved in any way in the packaging and transport of those
Yes, I was.
remains? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the bones were packaged in 4 separate paper bags and then transported by myself from the landfill to our office in Savannah. The bones were then later transported to Quantico to the lab. All 4 bags were placed in a box, and then that was transported up to Quantico.
Okay. At some point before sending them, we've heard Dr. Christensen talk about first getting some pictures and then shortly thereafter getting the actual remains themselves. Do you know what she's referring to there?
Yes. So prior to us sending the remains up to the lab, we were asked to take photos and send those to the lab prior to the transport.
Is that pretty typical for them to ask for like a photographic preview?
Yes.
And is that something that had happened with that first bone in October that turned out not to be human?
Yes, it did.
Okay. The actual bone itself is preceded by photographs being
That's correct.
available to- Okay. Who specifically was involved in the transport of the remains discovered on the 18th from the FBI office in Savannah to the Quantico lab, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it was Special Agent Solomon, so Savannah Solomon, another special agent who was a pilot with us. His name is escaping me this time.
That's fine. But just because your involvement was the transport from the landfill to the FBI office in Savannah prior to any of that.
That's correct.
I'd like to, do you have on the witness stand in front of you what's been introduced into evidence in the state's exhibit 78?
I do.
Can you look through that?
Sure. Okay.
Now, this has been identified by Dr. Christensen as 4 separate images of the contents of the bags that she received in the box that was sent up from Savannah, Georgia. I mean, not Savannah.
Sure.
Sometime after the discovery of human remains on November 18th. Do you recognize what's depicted in these images?
I do.
Is that the contents of the 4 bags that you were involved in the initial transport and packaging of?
Yes.
Please, Your Honor. During this investigation, were you in constant contact with Detective Lemons and the rest of the Chatham County Police Department side of the investigative team?
Yes, I was.
We've heard testimony from Detective Lemons and from Detective Cox that they obtained search warrant or phone records for a variety of phone numbers via search warrants, at least in one case, in exigent circumstances requested the carrier. Were all of those records made available to you?
Yes, they were.
And were they incorporated into your FBI case file?
Yes, they were.
And you've already testified, I think, about receiving the Life 360 records from Detective Cox.
Yes, that's correct.
For both the defendant's phone number and Daniel Youngkin's phone number.
That's correct.
Did you incorporate those records into your case file?
Yes, we did.
Now, did you forward the phone records that you had gotten, all of and the Life 360 records that you talked about to any other FBI personnel for analysis?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us who it was that you gave them to?
Yes, when we received them, I also gave them to Special Agent Rob Corley. He is one of our CAS folks, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, who deal with cell phone data.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Questions, Aaron?
I think I can narrow it down to a couple hundred questions, Judge. Mr. Is it Taylor Burns, correct?
That's correct.
I don't want to.
No worries.
I don't want to get it inverted. So, Mr. Burns, with regard to Daniel Youngkin's phone extraction, you're not saying that everything you've included in your presentation was everything you extracted, are you?
No, no.
Okay, so there was, and I'm just going to specifically mention some things. I mean, Safety Exhibit 87 has a number of text messages and stuff that both the defense and the state have already introduced, but you didn't reference them. But were they part of your extraction as well?
They were.
Okay, so that's my first question. My next question is, and I don't, to be quite frank with you, I did not understand the bouncing blue dots. So
Sure.
I'm going to ask you, I understood the 204 and I understood the Azega part, but the one for Danny Youngkin's route to work and from work, I really didn't. So if you could just in regular old English tell me what was the route he took from 535 Buckhalter to Port Wentworth in regular old plain English?
I don't know every road that he took without looking at a map.
That's fine. You have it in front of
yeah,
your
you mind?
presentation. Yeah, I have no problem.
Sure.
I'm just saying I don't understand.
No, you're fine. Give me 1 second, please.
I think I'm getting him mixed up with.
So I assume it starts at 535 Buckhalter.
It does.
Right, it goes down. What's the first?
I think I'm getting him mixed up with someone from the Toby Madden trial, I think.
Oh, okay.
Let me show you who. No, that's not you. Nope, that's not you. Where'd you friggin' go?
Who, me?
No,
No, nowhere.
I just saw him. Where did he go? I lost it. I lost the spot there. There was a hot detective on the stand, an older guy, but then I just bloody had him. You stupid. He was unpacking an evidence bag and I paused it and then I lost it. Ooh.
No, it wasn't Shaver. Okay.
No. I've got a
Dress him.
headband on. Why have I got a headband on? Must have been a bad hair day. Oh, come on, for goodness sake. It must have been a split second of him. Mofo. It was just before he spits the dump. No, I can't friggin' find it. I'll put it back and I'll find it. Yeah.
Which road he goes down?
I believe it was Garrard Avenue. Obviously, I have a very zoomed out picture of that. So I think it was Garrard Avenue to Veterans, based on this, up. I think that's up 516 into 21, up 21 over to where the workplace is.
Okay, so just so I can get straight in my head.
Sure.
Goes right down Garrard Avenue, over to Chatham Parkway, to Veterans Parkway, to 516, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes. Without seeing the dots themselves,
Well,
yes.
that's fine. And then to 21, and then up to, I guess, Port Wentworth.
Correct.
21. And I assume it's the same or similar route back.
Similar route back, yes.
And that's the only questions I have for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I think that's
about it, I think.
That's all, folks.
Yeah, Special Agent, thank you. You may step down.
Me the frig. Oh. Yeah. Ah,
Did you find it?
I did.
Oh, yeah.
Similar?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'll agree.
Can you still hear that?
Hear what?
The trial going in the background. No?
Anyone talk to you about the case?
Yeah, you
Don't do
can.
any research. Don't consume.
Did that, when I switched pages, did you not hear the trial still?
No.
Okay. Because I still hear it in my head. Like, it still plays in my earphones when I
Oh,
switch.
right. Okay.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of.
Mm.
Oh, hang on. Before I go. Yay!
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. So I haven't printed out, obviously, Mondays because I only did the first 5 days. But I could actually have a look and see. Where's my playlist? And there is no updates on the Melody Ferris. They're still out. Get out of that. And
That's
go back
Friday there. Yeah. See,
Yeah,
they might
so
go the weekend. Do they get double time on the weekend?
I don't, unless they're sequestered, I don't think they have to go on the weekends.
Oh, okay.
I would assume they would come back Monday. I assume. I don't know. It depends what authority the court gets. Like sometimes they can, if they're close, they can stay.
They might, yeah. If
and
they
get,
say, look, we reckon we'll
they
get
can
there,
get permission to 10 p.m. or something like that. But it depends on the jury, and it depends on the judge, and it depends on heaps of stuff. But hang on, where's my? I will tell you what day 6 holds for us on Monday. And I was thinking maybe we should just do over the weekend sometime a wench only stream. Just a little behind the scenes, private wench only celebration. What do you reckon? For
yeah, it sounds interesting.
so it doesn't go online. It's just all of us doing a video call via StreamYard, basically. Where no one else can see us. As a celebration
interesting.
for being monetized. All right, so Monday we have Robert Coley from the FBI, Brad Schneider from the FBI, and a Savannah. Okay, that's Uda Hef's hottie. Savannah Solomon from the FBI. So I'll have to tag him in that. He keeps asking, has my honey come on yet? He's so funny. So that's what we're up for Monday. That's day 6. So it's actually 10 days, but that's including the closings and the verdict. I have 10 days of footage. So we've got another week. So have a think about, I might actually put up 2 trials in the community tab, and maybe we can have a vote on them, see which one we do next, eh?
No worries.
Anyone's got any suggestions? You're more than welcome to, well, you girls have all got my emails.
Yeah.
Send any requests or anything that you particularly fancy. I have a few. I have a few that I've got saved just for a special occasion.
Some previous, yeah.
Yes, yep, I have. I've always there's one that was called, I think it's Molly Tibbetts, that I looked at ages ago, and that sounds really interesting. Yes, Molly Tibbetts. But I think that's a fairly long one. And the other one was the mother-daughter murder trial, which was, how long ago was that? 7 months ago. But Molly Tibbetts was a couple of years, I think. 3 years ago. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that sounds really interesting. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's only a week. Okay. That might be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll have to have a look. But I'm going to go to bed now because I'm tired.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Me done. Me done.
Me done too.
Yeah. Me done in. Oh, hang on. Let's do that.
That one. Yeah.
Better on? Oh, all right. I look a fright. It's not even Halloween.
Well, you should go to bed because you haven't had a lot of sleep.
No, I've had about 4 hours, I think. All right. Well,
and I've got to go look at properties tomorrow.
What
Bye,
did you do tomorrow?
everybody. Go look at
What did you have to do tomorrow?
inspections.
Oh,
Inspections. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. So tomorrow, yeah, I might do a wench wrench only stream just for us lot. If you can.
Would be the go. Yeah.
Behind the scenes. All right. Wait for your emails.
Okay.
Love you all.
Love ya. See ya.
Thanks for watching. Peace out. Bye.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.